Nee, dis verkeerde. Wow, okay, vet 'n bietjie lank. Ha? Dit lyk so. Steffi, daar is ook 'n blome aan. Jy moet ook 'n kyk in die bakkie. Ons moet net myne ingaan.
Present speaker. Councillor Vessels. Present speaker. And Councillor Witwy. Good morning, speaker present. Thank you. That concludes the roll call from the councillor side. As I said, could you please, as administration, indicate your presence through the chat box. I see two hands up already. Councillor Jay.
Baie dankie speaker. Nee, speaker, ek wil net
discrepancy this morning about the speakers list. I have already called you this morning. I've called the chief. The list that I have does not reflect this which is on the list here. There is a problem. So we got to have some space to understand one another. There's no way to rush it, no point in rushing it. As important as these items are to you, it is important to our communities. And then the last point is, if we as opposition, and I'm not going to say this was indeed so. Thank you very much. Thank you, Alderman. Councillor Essa, and then we'll move on.
Hi, Speaker. I tried to lower my hand because I'm covered by Councillor Five and Councillor Yalaman Gericke.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much. Can we move on then, please? Item number 24, appointment of appeals authority. There's a proposal on the table, Speaker. You must deal with my proposal. Sorry, proposal. I propose that we review the appointment of impact of the chairperson of impact.
Point of order, Speaker.
Yes. Councillor.
Speaker, the appointment of the mayoral committee and the S79s is a function that rests with the mayor. So I just think that we should leave that with the mayor at this stage. I don't think it's something that we can actually vote on at the moment. But the MM can correct me if I'm wrong. Thank you.
I was about to ask the MM. Thank you.
Speaker, that is correct. We cannot now have a proposal on this item, but it stands Alderman Gericke free to take this matter up with the mayor after this.
Thank you very much. So noted. Thank you. MM. Alderman Gericke, can you please take this up with the mayor and the
Okay.
Thank you.
Just lastly, even if it's a function of the mayor, it does not exempt the mayor from the principles of fairness and justice. That's all I want to say. He is not above the law. He must.
I understand. Alderman, I understand that. As we've discussed, can you please, if you need to take it up, you're welcome to take it up with the mayor. After this, I'm not stifling you at all. I understand. That's noted.
Mr. Speaker, it's a matter of the council, not of an individual, to take it up with the mayor. This is a matter for the interest of this council. And if you're going to steamroll this thing, you are wrong. I'm telling you now.
Alderman, I understand what you're saying, and
then they said they are dealing with the matter, but Councillor Barnard's now asked a question, and I'm not too sure if YouTube is accessible right now or not. I'm trying to get hold of it.
Okay, may I then ask that we have a five-minute break, so we can just sort this out, and then we can return at 10:57. Speaker, I see the hand of Mr. James is up. Maybe you can assist. Okay.
We can confirm that the link is working and the sound might not be correct, but it's definitely working.
We therefore can continue if everything is working correctly. Councillor Barnard.
Speaker, sorry, can IT please call me or one of us that are here? Thank you very much. That is
Thank you. Noted. I see there's one more hand in the council who it is. If somebody could please just indicate whose hands are up. I see the hands, but I don't see the people. Is Alvin Seneca, is your hand up? I presume not. Councillor Hector, is your hand up, or is it an old hand? Can you please take it down? Thank you. Can you then, Councillor Smart, I see your hand is up again. Is there a question?
Speaker, it's for the fifth kick out of this meeting. Am I part of this meeting?
Councillor Hector, nobody, I can assure you, nobody is kicking anybody out at any point of time.
It's not Councillor Hector, it was Councillor Smart.
Sorry, I meant to say Councillor Smart. Nobody is kicking anybody out of a meeting. I've given no instruction for anyone to be removed. It is possibly that maybe your connection or your where you are might be an issue, but you can, if you want to phone the IT, you can just check it out on Teams. That would be great. Thank you very much. But no, I can assure you nobody's kicking anybody out at this stage. Thank you.
Dat ek nou inchip, ek experience dieselfde 'n probleem, 'n speaker dat ek elke keer, maar ek vat nou video sodat ek bewyse kan hê dat elke keer gaan ek uit die meeting uit. So ek wil net jy moet kennis.
It's been noted. Thank you very much. It's noted, and we'll follow this up as soon as possible. Thank you. But I can assure you nobody's been kicked out. Can we please move on to item 31 now that all the IT has been discussed and noted? Item 31. Approval of the Integrated Development Plan 2022 to 27, Municipal Spatial Development Framework and Budget Process Plan 15-111.
Yes, Speaker, I would like to propose the recommendation as set out under A, B, C, D, C and D on page 276. And this sets out the process that we need to follow, along with the type of deadlines that we need to do. We need to meet.
Thank you.
I so propose.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder?
Councillor Vigland, second. Speaker.
Speaker, Councillor Kleinhans, ek het my hand opgesit asseblief.
I see no. I see your hand now, Councillor Kleinhans.
Speaker, ek weet dis nou miskien net vir kennisname, maar ek wil regtig net vir u vra 'n question of clarity. Is die datums korrek of is dit net die prosesplan? Die prosesplan en dan net 'n voorversoek van ons kant af, Speaker, asseblief. Nie almal is elektronies hierdie gemeenskappe van ons bemagtig nie. Dat ons nie weer hierdie IDP proses gaan doen soos in die verlede met rekenaars en goede en ons mense kan nie by dit uitkom nie. En dan lastly, Speaker, dat ons regter dat die IDP moet die budget inform en dat die budget al reeds geskryf staan en dan vat ons dit uit na die mense toe.
Councillor Kleinhans, I understand your question. You had a question in the beginning and then you were making a statement. You've asked a question
And can I ask the MM to clarify that that it's purely the process and the dates aren't fixed in stone as per the question, and then we can move on, because I understand that that is the question. Or could we first have an interpreter to interpret the question?
You are muted, speaker.
I've asked for an interpreter to interpret the question from Councillor Kleinhans before the MM gives an answer to the question.
All right, Speaker, that is why I'm here. So Councillor was asking if the dates are correct on the agenda, or is that just the process planned? And he also mentioned the same thing again about the bad connections again. Also, not everyone is IT intellectual. So next time, can the virtual meetings please stop and then everyone meet? Thank you.
I Speaker, I. Where is Nomawanga? Kubani ngokulo sithethe English. Nasifuna isiXhosa. Africans to Xhosa. Asiyazi ndilongo up. Shini, don't go.
Councillor, please don't go off without putting your hand up. The interpretation was not 100% correct. I have to agree with that. Mr. James, could you please, it did not say that anything about the virtual meetings. He was talking about the IDP meetings taking place in a manner which the public can understand, if I'm correct.
Yes, Speaker, let me come in process. Uthi Councillor Kleinhans uyacela ithuba elizayo kungenzeka ibiyenzeke ngaphambili ukuthi abantu bethu abafundanga bonke abanalwazi lwe-IT bonke, so bayacela ukuthi xa kusenziwe ezi-IDP meetings zingenziwa ngolaa hlobo longaphambili, baziwe abantu abazifundanga ezinto. Kwesibini, ebefuna ukuqonda ukuthi ezi date zirholiswe apha ne-item ingaba lucebo lendlela into eza kwenzeka ngalo, okanye kuthethwa nje ngedate ekufuneka kulandelwe zona. Kulapho kumbuzo lo kufuneka uphendule. Enkosi. Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. James. MM, could you please just answer the question?
I'm going to ask Ms. Waring to explain the dates in the item. Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you, Speaker. Good morning, councillors and aldermen. In terms of the dates that are set, first of all, let me say that those councillors who were in the previous term would recall that we have submitted this item in, I believe it was August this year. Obviously now new council, we have to resubmit for notification. So the dates that are in the item, within the tables in the item, are dates that we need to adhere to as far as largely as possible, but you see they are large, most of them are just months in the calendar year, and very few are actually specific dates. And when it is a specific date, it pertains to a meeting that we know is going to be held on that date. With regard to the public engagement and on a ward level, councillors, the administration will be requesting a session with all councillors to take you in detail through the through the IDP process, as well as indicating the various roles and responsibilities and the work that has been undertaken and still needs to be undertaken. We will at that meeting make a proposal with regard to dates and methodology for the various ward engagements, in order to have a discussion around that. So at this stage, there are no specific dates for ward engagements on the IDP. The only dates that are set are those that are in the annexure, but no dates have been set for ward engagements, because we need to have discussions with the councillors in that regard. And I note the councillors' comment as well about the methodology to be utilised. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's been made very clear. Thank you. We've now dealt with that item, and we've had the proposal and the seconder. And can we please then move over to item 32? Somebody's not muted. Thank you. Item 32, establishment of ward committees.
Yes, Speaker. I hereby propose that the Speaker, in consultation with every ward councillor, establish ward committees for every ward. Yes, so that's the proposal.
Thank you very much. A seconder.
Clark second.
Councillor Clark seconds. Thank you very much. Then item 33 deals with council induction and training programs.
Yes, I propose that all councillors attend the SALGA Councillor Induction Program planned for the period from 29 November till 3 December as set out on page 321 and in the pages following thereafter.
Thank you. We have a proposer. Do we have a seconder?
Councillor Vogtland seconds.
Thank you, Councillor Vogtland. And then item number 34, one which I'm sure that most of the councillors and the administration are looking forward to. Item 34, recess from the 11th of December 2021 to the 10th of January 2022.
Speaker, I so propose the item on page 325, and hopefully I can get a seconder for that, because otherwise we may need to go to the vote to see whether councillors would like to have a recess. But I propose it.
If it was permitted, I'd do that myself, but do we have a seconder?
Councillor Vogtland seconds. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That brings us to the end of the continuation of the meeting of Monday. I thank you for your diligence and your patience so far. I'm going to ask that we have a quick 15-minute break so that we can prepare ourselves for the items of the new council meeting scheduled to take place today. If we could all be back by 11:20, please. I hear no objections, so therefore we'll see you at 20 past. Thank you.
Thanks, Speaker.
Are we back? Are we back? Are we back?
2 more minutes.
Councillors, we've got 45 seconds left. Hopefully everybody has started rejoining the meeting. The link, we'll start with in the next minute. Thanks. On my watch, we are now at exactly 20 past 11. And although we've already done the opening previously in the previous meeting, I'd like to go through the roll call for purposes of this meeting. The ordinary council meeting held on the 26th of November 2021. And I will therefore go through the roll call once again. Please, would all the administration indicate their presence in the chat room for purposes of the records. I'm therefore going to start with the roll call for councillors. Councillor Adams.
Speaker, ek is hierso, I'm present.
Councillor America.
Present, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Barnard.
Present, Speaker.
Councillor Brown.
Present, Speaker.
Councillor Buist.
Teenwoordig, Speaker.
Councillor Clark.
Present.
Councillor Cronje. Councillor Cronje.
Sorry, Speaker. Present. Ek het gesukkel om te mute.
Geen probleem. Councillor De Tooy.
Teenwoordig, Speaker.
Councillor J. Eso.
Teenwoordig, Speaker.
Dankie. Councillor E.D. Vigland.
Teenwoordig, achtbare Speaker.
Councillor Vigland R.G.
Present, Speaker.
Councillor Fry. Councillor Fry.
Please check the text box, Speaker.
I will do so. Okay, thank you very much. He is present. Alderman Gericke.
Present.
Thank you very much. Councillor Gom. Councillor Gom. Councillor Greef.
Teenwoordig, Speaker.
Councillor Gultig.
Councillor Gultig present.
Councillor Hani. Councillor Hani.
Present, Speaker.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Hector. Councillor Hector.
Speaker.
Councillor.
Sorry, Speaker.
Councillor Gom is present.
And Comrade.
I acknowledge Councillor Gom.
Nani, okay, sure.
Thank you. Councillor Hector. Moving on, Councillor Heiser.
Teenwoordig, Speaker.
Councillor Hill.
Still present, Speaker.
Councillor Jantjies. Councillor Jantjies. Councillor Hector has indicated that he is experiencing difficulties with his device. I take note. Councillor Jaye.
Teenwoordig, Speaker.
Councillor Johnson.
Present, Speaker.
Councillor Kleinhans.
Yebo, teenwoordig.
Elder Lady Kritzinger. Alderman Kritzinger.
Teenwoordig.
Councillor Kruger.
Present.
Councillor Lento.
Present, Mr. Speaker. You?
Thank you. Councillor Lose.
Present, Speaker.
Enrico.
Sorry, thank you, ANC. Councillor Lowe, NM.
Teenwoordig, Speaker.
Councillor Lowe, RM.
Teenwoordig, Speaker.
Councillor Mkele.
417.
Present. Yes, Speaker, present.
Thank you. Councillor Mbete.
Present, Speaker.
Councillor Ndaka, ET.
H3.
Present, Speaker.
Councillor Ndaka, F. Councillor Mkule.
IE.
Present, Speaker.
Councillor Tamile.
YE.
Sorry, could you mute yourself, please, Councillor Ndaka? Councillor Mkele. Camille. Councillor Neetling.
Ek is hier, baie dankie.
Councillor Niehaus.
Ek is teenwoordig.
Councillor Tondini.
Present, Speaker.
Alderman Petrus.
Teenwoordig, Speaker.
Councillor Konkana.
Present, Speaker.
Councillor Rulofse.
Present, Speaker.
Councillor Suffers.
Present, Speaker.
Councillor Saptu.
Speaker, he has indicated he will join the meeting at 2 o'clock.
So noted. Councillor Simmers. Councillor Simmers.
Teenwoordig, Speaker.
Okay. Councillor Smart.
Present, Speaker.
Glad to hear that. Thank you. Councillor Snyman. I'm present. Councillor Titus.
Teenwoordig, Speaker.
Could we please ask for the efforts of the echo that the secondary councillors that are in the same venue to either mute their sound or to mute their speakers, please, their microphones, because it's echoing on the rest of the system. Councillor Toto.
Speaker, he gave apologies.
Thank you. Councillor van Niekerk. Councillor van Niekerk.
Present, Speaker.
Thank you. Alderman van Wyk.
Present, Speaker.
Councillor van Bronders.
Present, Speaker.
Councillor Wessels,
Present, Speaker.
and Councillor Windwy.
Present, Speaker.
That concludes the attendance register for the councillors. Please, with administration and note their presence on the chat list, and we will move over to the items of the day. Obviously, the opening was done earlier, and we'll move straight to item 2. There will be no mayoral address, according to what we have. We therefore move on to applications for leave. It has already been indicated that 2 of the councillors will not be present this morning. Any other one that's supposed to be noted? Okay. Any official notices? None. Disclosure of interests by councillors, item 5 of the Code of Conduct for Councillors, and the disclosure of benefits by municipal staff members, item 5 of the Code of Conduct for municipal staff members. I have a hand. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I wish to declare the following on item 12.2.1 on pages 640 and 645, the leasing of a portion of earth 14887, George situated in Groeneweider Park to be utilized by the Neighborhood Watch as a 24/7 control room. 1, I have written this application to the George Municipality on the 9th of April 2019 in my capacity as the coordinator or the chairperson of the Groeneweider Park Neighborhood Watch. Secondly, I have resigned from the Neighborhood Watch Executive Committee on the 3rd of February 2021 when I was appointed as a PR councillor at the George Municipality. And thirdly, the Groeneweider Park Neighborhood Watch is a non-profit organization, therefore no one, including myself, will gain financially from this item. Speaker, I've emailed you 3 documents this morning. That includes an email of acknowledgement letter from the George Municipality dated the 12th of April 2019. B, my letter of resignation from the Groeneweider Park Neighborhood Watch Executive Committee that was dated on the 3rd of February 2021. And C, the non-profit organization certificate of the Groeneweider Park Neighborhood Watch. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. So noted. Are there any more declarations? I therefore move on to item number 6, the minutes of the previous meetings from page 8 to 66. Do we have a proposer?
Barnard will propose, Speaker.
Speaker,
Yes.
Speaker, I apologize for interrupting. This is a new council, so this council is required to note the minutes. They can't approve the minutes, many of the councillors.
100%. Thank you. So noted. Thank you, MM. We will go ahead with that then. That has then been noted by, we can continue with item 6.1, minutes of the ordinary e-council meeting held on the 25th of August 2021. I ask that that be noted. Any questions?
Noted, Speaker.
Thank you very much. The minutes of the special e-council meeting held on the 22nd of October 2021. I ask that that be noted.
Noted, Speaker.
Thank you
Mr.
very
Speaker.
much. Alderman Gericka, is that your voice I hear?
Yes, sir. Can I just ask on a point of clarity if the learned can answer us? If the items are just noted or for noting and it has not been approved or seconded, what is the implication of or the practicality of it, of every item? Can it be executed or not if it's only noted?
MM, through you to the advocate.
Sorry, Speaker, I've had a bit of a problem to unmute. You know, this has been the debate for every time when a new council is elected. What is the validity of the minutes of decisions taken by previous council. So those decisions taken stand. Minutes are only there in any event to be noted. There is no debate on the correctness of minutes. So in this instance, council can only note the decisions stand. So there's the execution, all those decisions have already been executed in any event. So there's nothing wrong with just noting.
Speaker.
Councillor Alderman Gericke.
Mr. Van Schalkwyk, it seems now that you're going on retirement, you're getting difficult with me. I am saying you're missing me. I'm not disputing, and I'm not fighting with you or with anybody. I'm asking you in terms of my understanding, meeting procedure, there's a proposal and it must be seconded. And before it gets executed, it must go through the normal procedures. This is my understanding of any other meeting of the highest authority of this council. So it's just noted, I'm asking what is the practicality, the validity of it, because if there's no mover, if there's no seconder, then it may have practical implications. This is what I'm getting at. That's all.
Speaker, may I?
Alderman, thank you very much. Advocate, could you please reply? Then we need to move on. We have had the answer from the advocate, and I understand what the both of you are saying, but it has been stated that there is no. But advocate, you can carry. Just reply last time, please.
Yeah, thank you. Speaker, actually, a lot of councils don't even submit these minutes because there's really it's only for noting, because all the councils in South Africa sit with the same problem. So a lot of councils don't even take it to the first council meeting because there's actually no purpose in all that can happen to this is just noting. So Alderman Gericke is correct that it's only noted. So it's really serves no purpose in for legal purposes.
Thank you. Can we then therefore take that moving forward? If we,
sorry, my hand is op, Speaker.
Councillor J.
Dankie, Speaker. Ek was nou heeltyd uit die meeting en ek het nou nie 'n clue wat was nou hier gediscuss nie. And it's not a Yoba, Speaker. Dit is regtig, dit is nie lekker om in so 'n meeting deel te wees nie. Jy's in en uit, dit nie 'n klou wat aangaan nie. Ek sou graag wil weet wat dit die vorige speakers nou al gesê. Dis die reg, Speaker, dis onaanvaarbaar.
The only speakers that have spoken so far have been myself with the minutes of items 6.1 or the 6 to 6.2, that the minutes be noted. And there was a question by Alderman Gericke, which has been answered by the advocate regarding the legality of that. And that is all that you've missed so far. Thank you very much. Can we therefore move on to item 7? Motions or proposals deferred from previous meetings. There are none. Item 8, motions. I've received none. Item 9, motions of exurgency. I've received no indication. We therefore move on to item 10, matters of the discretion of the Speaker. As this is the first council meeting, I have none. 11, urgent matters by the municipal manager. I've received nothing from the municipal manager. We therefore go to the reports to council, item 12, on pages 80 to 645. We're going to move to item 12.1, the adjustment budget of 2021 and 2022 budget, November. The first speaker is Councillor Wessels.
No.
Sorry, Speaker, the mayor needs to table this budget.
Sorry, my apologies. Okay, my humblest apologies, yes. Mayor, you may table it.
Thank you, Speaker. This is the tabling of the adjustments budget for the 2021 to 2022 financial year. And we are tabling this budget to deal with a number of aspects that have taken place and need to be dealt with before we move to the normal adjustments budget in the January-February period. So the municipality had made an application for a budget facility for infrastructure facility to National Treasury in the amount of just short of 1.2 billion rand, and this project encompassed the potable water security and remedial works that we wish to undertake to increase the capacity of our water treatment facilities by 20 million litre per day, in other words, 20 megalitres per day, and also then to add in various water reservoir storage facilities, concentrating on Thembelete and Pacalsdorp, as well as a sludge dewatering facility. Now, these are some of the components. There are a total of 12 components in this application that we launched. And on the 11th of November, the Minister of Finance, during the course of the medium-term budget policy statement, then gave notice that we had received an allocation from National Treasury in this regard of equivalent of 1.1 billion rand, and 81.345 million rand was included in that MTBPS for allocation to George as a RBIG, which is a regional bulk infrastructure grant, with that money to be spent by June 2022. So that money is, that allocation is now duly been gazetted and has got various impacts then on our current MIG allocation. And in addition, this budget also takes into account various rollover aspects that would impact then on other grants and provincial treasury grants. So this is what has been tabled at this stage, and I will then hand over to Councillor Wessels, who will then expand on this whole process of this amount of money that we have secured for our water infrastructure. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Mayor. I presume that you've asked Councillor Wessels to elaborate on what you've said. Am I correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. Councillor Wessels.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and for the Mayor for the tabling of the adjustment budget. I think before I start, I must just mention that today is truly a watershed moment for George Municipality and its people, as it's the first time in the history that a non-metro qualify for such grant. And I think a huge thanks must go out to Dr. Gratz and the team in the continuing in the quest to make George the top secondary city in South Africa. So from my side, and I think from council side, hats off to you, and we really appreciate that. On the operating adjustment on the tables, council can find all the adjustment. Most notably are the last two columns reading water purification and sewage networks, of which the 48.545 and the 32.8 million rand is coming in. This was also gazetted on the 27th of October 2021, and that gazette refers to the bill of where the grant and the first 81 million is being received by George Municipality. Other adjustments that's notable is the 16.426 million rand from the GIPS-DN, that's the public transport network grant. This item is then to report to council the additional funding that has been approved by the budget facility for infrastructure, or as we call it, the BFI, which consists from 12 components. The 12 components can be found in the item as well. And this works together with MIG, although MIG does not make allowance for deal funding. Therefore, detailed project implementation plan is required. That is also in the annexures. This BFI also leads to us saving just over 38 million rand on our external financing fund, or the EFF, which for us as a municipality is obviously, it's got a considerable effect, seeing that we have to go out on loans for quite less money. I would then, with all of that being said, just like to propose the recommendations as per the item. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Wessels. Next to speak on the item is the ANC, Councillor F. Mdaka.
Good afternoon again, Speaker. It's still morning. Good morning.
You have 3 minutes, Councillor.
Yes. We just want to say thank you, ANC. Thank you, our national government, for giving us the money that we're going to spend in George. Hopefully, this money and the projects that are in the item, it is going to be an effective implementation. We want to see things. We don't want to see things in paper, because what we always do, we draft nice words, we draft nice things, but there's no implementation outside. I'm glad, Councillor Wessels, that you've mentioned about the sewer networks, 48.5 million sewer networks. As you can see in George, we are bad in sewage networks. In our locations, the sewer is just going around every street. There's a sewer. It cannot happen that we call municipality Monday, again the same house Wednesday, is still the same thing of the sewer and the water treatment. I'm glad that it's going to be done as well. So please, George Municipality, we as an ANC, we are saying that, well, let's implement now. It's time for change. The people outside there want changes. The people outside there want to see things happen. So we must, as the George Municipality, do that. And thank you very much. And I'm glad that the budget now, as I've read the budget, is talking to all the Jack Neiman is talking to all the locations. Thembalethu is there, Lavaikamp is there, Pakastorp is there, Town is there. I'm so impressed. So thank you very much again. Siyabonga kukhongolo sengosenzela konke okuhle. Siyabuyela ngemali asinike yona. Danko.
Thank you, Councillor Mdaka. Next to speak on the item is Alderman Gericke. You have 3 minutes.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. Speaker, we note that only 81 million rand will be available out of this grant. We're going to ask here at this meeting, and we only heard and read in the newspapers and hear from the mayor about the 1.1 billion rand. We would love to read in a document what the terms and conditions are, in terms of which National Treasury afford this grant to the George municipality. Let us just see if you can include that into the next item, or if you can circulate it to councillors, so that we understand the terms. They are not only giving grants to municipalities, there are terms and conditions attached to that. So that is the first thing. This is very important, because if we don't receive it, I give notice to this council meeting that we will write to National Treasury ourselves and ascertain the terms and conditions so that we understand fully where these monies will be spent. Then secondly, we see here that housing, human settlement, it's almost a 3.5 million rand that will go to litigation advice, legal advice and litigation, and another 3.5 million rand goes to title deeds restoration grants. Coincidentally, the same amount. The other one is a plus, the other one is a minus. Now, I want to understand, where do we spend such a lot of money in the department? For what is it? I understand it's for title deeds, for litigation, it's for lawyers, but where are the houses that you're going to transfer? What type of litigation is outstanding? Has it got to do with title deeds? Whose title deeds will it be? And why such a huge amount? Because at the moment, people are suffering, living in backyards, don't have access. And we would like to know where these monies will be spent, because you're giving a man here a portfolio this morning, and it would appear there's no money in that portfolio. Then the BEE contractors, with regard to the projects, we must understand who will benefit from these projects, what contractors, what their BEE status is, and who they will be joining in the empowerment sector of these projects. It's very important that we understand it, because these tenders are written in such a way that their contractors are excluded, or there are barriers in terms of the supply chain process that exclude people. That put in. Yes.
I said your time is up. You've had 3 minutes. Please go finish.
Okay, it's fine then. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman. Next to speak is.
Sorry, Speaker, I have asked questions. I don't know if you will deal afterwards or now with the questions.
Can the MM answer those questions?
Speaker, I'm going to ask Ms. Waring to answer the housing matters. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, MM Speaker. Alderman Gericke. So the money you see, why there are two amounts, and they're both the same amount, is because the second amount. The second amount is a revenue that comes in from the grant, the title deed restoration grant. This was actually awarded a couple of years ago in terms of an agreement between ourselves and province to allow a province to give us money in order to ensure that title deeds are handed over to existing beneficiaries of human settlement products. And then what we had to do was to move that money from that income revenue grant to an expenditure grant, which is a legal cost litigation legal advice and litigation. So that legal cost then is to pay the service provider that has been put in place by province. We are sort of a post box in this regard, that province has appointed a local BEE, I can mention, service provider, conveyancing firm, to undertake the title deeds, the drafting of the sales agreement, and the various conveyancing and transfer requirements to the amount of almost 3.5 million rand for this year. This should have happened early in the year, but province did not give us the permission to utilize those funds, and that permission only came through about 2 weeks ago. So the title deeds, many of them are historic title deeds that we are handing over. And then also on the new projects, we're trying as far as possible to hand over title deeds upon beneficiary receiving the new structure. These title deeds are actually reported on a monthly basis within the human settlements reports. So we will continue to do that moving forward. And this is the amount that is required. It is also, obviously, as I mentioned, it is a grant that comes in from province. And we will continue to report on this grant, both to council as well as to province for the next year. Thank you, Speaker.
Ms. Waring, Alderman Gericke, I trust that covers your question.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Ms. Waring. I'm satisfied. Two questions outstanding: the BEE component and the terms of reference for the grant. Speaker.
Alderman, I think that in all due respect, I think we need to go through that. It's a lengthy document, and I think we can take that up with administration afterwards. I think the question has been answered to the point of where we can now. It's a very lengthy document, and I think we can take it up with administration.
Mr. Speaker,
yes.
Mr. Speaker, with all due respect, if you want to go this route, then you might as well tell us that we must stay out of this meeting, and this meeting is for you as the ruling party and the administration alone. I'm asking these questions on behalf of our constituencies. Please do not refer us all the time to the administration. They are in the meeting, they can answer. We got to be transparent and we got to be accountable. I'm asking about BEE contractors and the terms of reference for this grant. What is so funny about this? Why can't I be answered?
I was under the impression that everything could be dealt with administration. Just before we go there.
No,
okay.
Sir. I read the document.
I understand, Councillor Alderman. MM3 yourself, could you just ask Mrs. Waring to answer those last two questions before we move on, please?
Speaker, no, I will answer the question pertaining to the BFI grant. So we had to do a presentation to National Treasury. It was for water and sanitation. The requirements were it had to be at least one project of 1 billion rand or one set of projects of 1 billion rand. We had to meet various requirements. It was quite a thick document. I have no problem emailing that. We met those requirements. We were then invited to a second meeting. We have now been advised we were successful. It's going to be through the Regional Bulk Infrastructure Grant, the first 81.345 million. In February next year, there will be a further gazette and further details regarding the allocation of funding over the next few years. So I'm unable to tell you now exactly what that allocation will be over the next few years, but the first 81.345 is through RBIG. But I can send, it is quite a lot of documents. I can send the requirements for the BFI, which we did meet, and we were successful in meeting the BFI requirements. It was quite a detailed presentation which we had to do, and based on that, it will now go through the RBIG grant. Thanks, Speaker.
Alderman Gericke, I presume that has now answered all your questions.
Can I just ask in closing to collect that document from the office of the MM? Can they print it for us that we also have sight of that document? I mean, it's not confidential. And then I will also then get an answer from, because I'm unable to get an answer here with regard to the BEE contractors to these projects. If they can just also give me an answer administratively. Thank you.
MM.
Speaker, that will be no problem. I see the CFO has his hand up.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker. If I may respond. Good morning, councillors. And I just would like to respond to the question posed by Alderman Gericke with regards to the BEE contractors. Currently, we have not appointed all the contractors yet. It's still a process that is ongoing. The tenders are in process, and the tenders are following the supply chain management policy of council. So in that process, we do not put in the process of sending out the tenders, we apply the normal policy that has been accounted or been approved by council, so that if the value of the contract or the particular tender is below 50 million, then it will be a 80-20 principle in terms of the PPPFA Act, and if it's above 50 million, we will apply the 90-10 principle, and then in that system for the tenders, then according to the council's policy, it also determines certain CIDB gradings, and the normal rules that apply. There's no preferential treatment being given. It is a fair, equitable, and transparent process that's being followed through council's policy. Thank you. I hope that would answer the question. Thank you.
I think that has answered all the questions, if I'm not mistaken, Alderman.
Yeah, thank you. I'm satisfied. I just want to draw the attention of the CFO that PPPFA stands for Preferential Procurement Framework Act. So there should be preferential in terms
Alderman, I'm sure
of
he's
color.
aware. I'm sure he's aware of that, Alderman.
This is real politics that I'm talking to you, because this is how people are excluded. Thank you, sir.
I believe he has answered your question. Thank you very much. The next to speak on this, if I'm correct, is Councillor Jay van Brandes.
Thank you, Speaker, for the opportunity. I just want to take this opportunity again to thank the administration for all the hard work. As some people already mentioned, you know, this project really delivers to all the people in all the communities, and we want to say thank you for that. I therefore second the recommendation on page 95. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. To my knowledge, item 12.2 has been withdrawn. We therefore move on to item 12.13, which is the application of lease ARF 24913 George for the erection of a brick-making business. The first person to speak is Councillor Fry. You have 2 minutes. Councillor Viljoen, I see your hand up.
Speaker, I think it might be that I think Councillor Johnson, I think, was going to possibly speak on this.
I apologize. Okay, Councillor Johnson, if you can go ahead then, please.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the purpose of this item is for Council to consider an application received from DEC Development Pty Limited for the leasing of ERF 24913 George for the erection of a brick-making business. This ERF 24913 is situated in the Pakkersdorp industrial area, and the ERF is an extent of 5,929 square meters. The applicant is DEC Development that is 100% owned by Mr. Andy Kleinhans. This item served at the Planning and Development and Strategic Services Committee held on the 8th of September 2021. According to the business plan on pages 169 to 167, the business will provide at least 11 new jobs, and it is rendered to be completely sustainable. DEC Development is aiming to manufacture top quality concrete products and will cater for the dire need of job creation and training opportunities of new employees. The projected turnover of this business is envisaged to be 100,000 over the first 6 months. The valuation report is available on pages 177 to 181 of this agenda. The municipal valuer determined a market-related rental amount of R1 per square meter, or
8 seconds.
Speaker, can I go ahead?
Sorry, you only have 30 seconds left. Unfortunately, I just wanted to let you know.
Yes, amount of 5,929,000 plus VAT per month for the leasing of this property. I therefore propose that Council should grant the approval of the lease of ERF 24913. George is recommended on pages 166 to 176 under points A to F. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. The next to speak on the item is Councillor Esser. You have 1 minute.
Hi, thank you, Speaker. Do you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear.
Sorry, Speaker, we are struggling with the network here. Speaker, where's the ANC? We are in full support of this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Esso. The next to speak on this item is Councillor Smart. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. I've done some research and I've done some reading on this. I remember in the WIP meeting that you've promised that you're going to give us a hard copy. So I've got the email as well, you know, explaining why we couldn't get one. So I've done some research and I'm in full support of this. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Smart. We now then move on to Councillor De Tooy. You have 1 minute.
Baie dankie, Speaker. Speaker, die ACDP is verblydend om te hoor dat ons mense gaan help met nuwe besighede. Hier's 11 werksgeleenthede. So vir ons beteken dit dat daar 11 huisgesinne nog ekstra kos op die tafel gaan kry en ons ondersteun hierdie aanbeveling 100%. Dankie.
Thank you very much. Could we just have an interpreter, please?
Project izokwenza imisebenzi for abantu nemisebenzi emi-11 zona bayavumelana nayo.
Thank you very much. The last person to speak on this item will be Councillor Barnard.
Thank you, Speaker. I would like to second the recommendation carried in by my colleague from the DA, Councillor Brown Johnson, and refer you to page 166A through to F. I so second the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. We therefore move on to item 12.4, the application to purchase portions of the public open space at 13963 of the George situated adjacent to 2 residential properties in Levalia. The first person to speak on this item is Councillor Adams. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. Number 12.4 is on page 182. The subject portion of the public open space of 13963, which is situated between urban 13964 and 16536 in Levalia, George. Constant complaints are received from the residents in and around Mount View Street in Levalia regarding the unacceptable behavior of public in the open space, especially after hours. I recommend and that the recommendation on page 185 A to F made so that IRF 13693, that in regards to that, the IRF be sold to the owners of urban 13964 and 16536, and that Atting residents be notified of the intention of the council to sell the property. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Adams. The next to speak on this item is the ANC, Councillor Hani. You have 1 minute.
Good morning, good afternoon, Speaker, and the councillors. As the ANC, we support the recommendation as long as it's gonna benefit all the community, especially the poor black people in the cold areas. No. Oh, sorry. Can you hear me?
I can hear you perfectly.
Okay. Then my public participation.
And also,
in the background.
I want to know that there was the public participation on that one.
Is that a question? Are you asking whether there was public participation? Am I correct?
Yes, Speaker.
MM, could you answer that, please?
Speaker, I'm going to ask Ms. Waring to reply to that.
Apologies, I'm so sorry, Speaker. I broke up there. I didn't hear the question correctly.
My question was, there was the public participation on that one. Regarding that land.
Ms. Waring is asking whether there was public participation on that item.
I do apologize, Speaker. We will now commence, if Council approves this, we will now commence with notifying the intention of Council to close that public open space. If there are no concerns, then we will finalize the matter. If there are, then we will come back to Council.
Okay, it's fine. Thank you.
Thank you. Apologies.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hani. Next to speak on this item will be Councillor America.
Speaker, I hereby acknowledge, seconded the recommendation by my colleague.
Thank you, Councillor. We move on to item 12.5, the Joint District and Metro JDMA Implementation Plan. The first to speak on this item is Alderman van Wyk. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. I think we are all aware that there is a process that is underway where national government is looking to see how best service delivery can be coordinated, and they are using the districts to a certain extent. And what has been requested of ourselves as a local government municipality at this stage is that we take note of the district JDMA implementation plan, and the JDMA is the Joint District Metro approach to this implementation, and that further that we note the list of national and provincial sector projects that are encompassed in this plan, and further there is a circular that has been issued in relation to this, that we take note of that, and that the implementation plan has been submitted to COGTA by the Garden Route District municipality. So that is that all that we need to be dealing with at this stage in relation to this item. Thank you.
Okay, Alderman. Next to speak on this item is Councillor E. Mdaka. You have 1 minute.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Speaker.
30 minutes.
You can proceed. Your time is running.
Good afternoon, Speaker. The ANC government doesn't play. We take note of that. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. The next to speak on this item is Councillor Du Toit.
Speaker, I'm covered. Thank you. You can go ahead.
Final speaker on this item is Councillor Fichland. Councillor Fichland.
I second the proposal, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Can we move on to item 12.6, the consideration to take ownership of ERF 2211, Tayalora, from the Human Settlements Proposed Purposes, EF Irindien, sorry. The first to speak on this item is Councillor Mbete. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this item is for Council to consider to take ownership of ERF 2211 Choloka for human settlement purpose. Speaker, it shows the commitment of Garden Route municipality to continue explore all avenues to address the housing backlog. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I second the recommendation as it is on page 299. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Councillor, I'd love you to second it, but you need to propose it because you are taking the item in. So
Sorry, I propose, Mr. Speaker.
No problem. Next to speak on this item is Councillor Toto. You have 1 minute.
I think I'm taking all Councillor Toto's items, Speaker.
You may go ahead. You have 1 minute.
Oh, you've got me. It's long overdue. We've been saying this in the whole past 5 years. We want to build houses in that area. ANC support the item, and we are saying it's nice that the national government is always giving you hard time here in George. We support the item, we support the recommendation. We are people, and our people need houses. We've got many backyarders that need houses. And we want to, as the George municipality, to search other land, even out of Tembalethu, even out of the location, even in town.
Your time, Councillor.
Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. The next to speak on this item is the EFF. Last chance for the EFF. We then move on to the final speaker of this item, Councillor Lose.
Thank you, Speaker. Good afternoon, everyone. Speaker, I will second Councillor Noni, the item and the recommendation as is. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor. We move on to item 12.7, which is the draft adopt a spot policy. The first to speak on this item is Elder Lady Kritzinger. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. Our policy framework regarding immovable properties or asset transfer of asset transfers make provision for the disposal of granting and granting of the rights of develop and utilize municipal properties. And for this purpose, what we are doing now is to basically adopt a spot policy, which actually it's very much the same as if the communities wants to use a spot for community projects or whatever the case might be. This policy will basically make that possible. One very good example of what has happened is the Flucky Cricket in Councillor Adams's ward, where this is also a piece of land that's been used and as a sport, as a cricket field for the community. But there's also the guiding and this policy will also basically take the community or make the community responsible for that piece of land that they want. So I'm very much in support of this, but I have an amended recommendation that I would like to propose on page 305. I think the recommendation is on 305. A, that council note the contents of the report and the attached draft adopt a spot policy. Then B, I would like B that we say in B that prior to the public participation, council undertakes to a workshop on this draft policy, which comments will.
Sorry, Elder Lady, you are muted.
Okay, then somebody is muting me because I'm not muting myself, that I can promise you. Okay,
because the time is up.
I'm busy with a recommendation and you are not the speaker. Please just behave yourself.
Lady, please direct your conversation to me and not to other councillors, please. Thank you.
Okay, then please control your councillors, please, then, Speaker. I would like to, can I finish the recommendation, please? I'm asking you, Speaker, can I finish this recommendation? Thank you. Okay, A, that council take note the contents of this report and the attached draft adopt a spot policy. Then B, that council approve the public participation process to be undertaken wherein the attached policy be advised in the local media for input, and prior to the public participation, council undertake a workshop on this draft policy, which comments will be considered during the final drafting of the policy. And then C, as it is in the recommendation on page 305. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Elder Lady. Could you please get that in writing, and then who so that we can get it for the administration? And then thank you very much. The second person to speak on this item is Councillor F. Ndaka.
Not Ndaka.
I said Ndaka. It's Ndaka, I know, and you've got 1 minute.
in support of the item as it is.
Thank you, Councillor Mdaka. The next person to speak on this item is Councillor Clark. You have 1 minute.
Thank you, Speaker. I second the amended proposal on this item.
Thank you, Councillor. We can move on to item 12.8, appointment of a building
My hand is up, Speaker.
Sorry, I didn't see the hand. Whose hand is it? I didn't see it. Councillor Barnard, sorry.
It's before you move on to the next item, could I please request a 5-minute caucus for the DA? Thank you very much, Speaker.
You have a 5-minute caucus. We resume this council meeting at 12:26. The time on mine is now 12:25, 12:26, sorry. Can we continue with this meeting? And if I may just ask you, do we need to go through the roll call once again, or can we just indicate our presence in the chat room? If I may just ask that,
Speaker, it's CFO here. I see is just busy with another call. I see she's showing us on hold, so I don't think she's available to assist us. But perhaps Advocate van Schalkwyk can assist.
So, Advocate van Schalkwyk, could you just assist here quickly?
Thank you very much, Mr. Du Plessis. Speaker, no, maybe the members must just indicate in the chat box that they, you must go through the whole roll call again after 3 minutes of focus, or 4 minutes. I think it looks like we've got a quorum. So if they can just indicate their presence in the chat box, then I think you can proceed. Unless Mr. James has got another view.
For clarity purposes, Mr. James, you have a problem with that?
Speaker, not necessarily, but we need to affirm that we do have everyone back. Need not to go through that, but if some are sitting in groups, and I believe as soon as you give the chief whip the opportunity, she'll confirm if her team that they ask for is back, and just touch on the few, because it seems as if most of them are indicating in the chat box that they are present already.
Okay, thank you very much. I therefore am going to ask that everybody please indicates in the chat room your presence, and those that are sitting in groups to please also indicate each person on that group as being present, and then we'll take it from there. And I take it we are a quorum, so we can continue. If that is okay with everybody, we are going to start off with item 12.8. And that is the appointment of a building control officer for George Municipality. The first person to speak on this item would be Councillor Fichland.
Speaker, thank you very much. Speaker, this item deals with the legislative requirements that council must adhere to in order to appoint a building control officer. I therefore propose that council accepts the recommendations as it is on page 321 of today's agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. That was short and sweet. The next person to speak on this item is the ANC, Councillor Ntondini. You have 1 minute.
Good day, Speaker and the councillors. According to the experience and qualifications of the candidates, the ANC supports the recommendations because the candidate meets the standard requirements in terms of section of the Act. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. The next person to speak on this item is Councillor Rulofse. You have 1 minute, please. Sorry, there's a hand up. I'm not sure whose hand is up. Can somebody please indicate, help me to find out whose hand?
Councillor Gericke's hand is up.
Alderman Gericke, sorry, I see your hand. Do you have a question?
Not a question, just clarity, Speaker, if you allow me. I just want to understand, why is this item here before council? Because we do have in this municipality an appointment policy, and that policy has all the criteria. Why do we need with this? Why do we deal with this item separately there?
Speaker, I'm going to ask Ms. Waring. There are special requirements pertaining to the appointment of a building control officer. I'll ask her to elucidate on that. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker and councillors. So this is not about the appointment, and I think as the previous councillor indicated, when he spoke about the knowledge and skills of the person concerned. This item is not about that, not about the knowledge, skills and appointment of the individual concerned. It's in terms of the National Building Regulations and Standards Act. We, or council, has to delegate functions to the building control officer. And Mr. Mohammed Toya, who will commence work here on the 1st of December in George, has to be delegated the functions in terms of the National Building Regs and Standards Act in order to fulfill the duties of the building control officer. So there are a number of positions, if I may just speak, there are a number of positions in local government that require similar approvals from council. One being the, in certain municipalities, they have a special requirement with regards to waste. And in that case, a waste officer has to be appointed. But in all municipalities where there are building control functions, all local government, they are all required, council is required in all of them to note and approve the appointment of the person who will be acting as the building control officer, and must receive the delegations via council in order to carry out the work that he or she has to do in terms of the relevant legislation. Thank you.
Thank you. That was quite a comprehensive answer. Thank you, Alvin.
Speaker.
Are you happy with that?
Speaker, I'm partially satisfied, but the item reads, the purpose of the report is to obtain authorization for the appointment of a building control officer. Now, this is what is in question. The powers can be decided by council. It should be decided by council. But the appointment of the building control officer, we should not even discuss that, because that must go through the appointment procedure of this municipality. That is the difference, sir. Thank you very much. I hope you noted this, because there's a separation of powers here. Council is delegated in terms of the authority bestowed upon that person, but the appointment is an administrative function. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Alderman. Thank you very much. The next, can you just lower your hand, please, Alderman Gericke?
Mr. Speaker, therefore, and let us do it right. Therefore, the item should be revised or reviewed. It should not read like that, because in this item then, as it stands, we give preference to the appointment of a specific individual. We may give a preference to the powers bestowed upon that individual, but not to a specific individual, sir.
Can you answer that, please?
Speaker, I'm going to ask Advocate van Schalkwyk to elaborate further.
Speaker, the appointment of personnel rests with the municipal manager in terms of Section 55 of the Municipal Systems Act. What is happening here is that, like Mrs. Waring has explained, this is because Section 5 of the National Building Regulations Standards Act says that the council must approve the appointment of a building control officer. There's nothing wrong for council to do this appointment. Council stays the governing body, if I might call it like that. So there's nothing illegal of council appointing this building control officer, because the Act makes provision for this. But if we want to, we can amend the recommendation to say that council take note of the appointment. But I think they should rather stand like it is. There's nothing illegal about the recommendation on page 321.
Mr. Speaker.
Councillor, I see. Before you ask your follow-up, I see Mrs. Waring's hand is up.
Thank you, Speaker. Councillor, just to add on to what Councillor Advocate van Schalkwyk has said, is that the language utilised is the language that is used in the legislation. And the legislation is from 1977, which unfortunately predates the current much of the current policies and legislation pertaining to appointment and recruitment. We have, as part of the legislative overview, raised this terminology issue and the amount of confusion that can possibly be used with the National Department of Public Works, who is responsible for this piece of legislation. However, until that is amended via Act of Parliament, we are sort of bound to utilize the language as set out in the National Building Regs and Building Standards Act, which is 103 of 1977. And throughout this legislation, this piece of legislation, it talks about the local authority appointing a person as a building control officer. And that's where the terminology comes from. So yes, it is predated, and yes, it is, sometimes confusing, but that's why the term was used, because it is utilized within the legislation.
Very
And
much,
I can
Mrs.
say,
Mayor.
thank you.
Sorry. Thank you very much. I see Councillor Fry's hand is up. I take it that you are saying that you have joined the meeting, Councillor Fry?
Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. You can put your hand down now. Alderman Gericke, can we move on then? Thank you. The next person to speak on this.
Mr. Speaker.
Alderman, yes.
You said to me before I reply, you wanted Mrs. Waring to respond. So give me an opportunity to reply, please.
I was under the impression that you'd answered your question, but
no,
continue.
just hold. This, if you want to proceed with this appointment, it is fine. But I must place on record that there's a separation of powers here. If the terminology precedes the current legislation, it means then that the current legislation undo the previous terminology. It's as easy as that. But if you proceed with this appointment, not the powers I understand, and Mr. Mayor, with all due respect, you must take note of this, because this becomes a political problem. The powers are up to council to decide. It's not in dispute, but the person is in dispute. It is a sad day for this council when we bring specific positions to this council to be appointed and names attached to it. It should be dealt with in terms of the policies of this council. So maklik soos dit. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alderman. I'm going to ask the Mayor to quickly address us. Thank you.
Yeah, this is, Speaker, this is a matter that is set out in legislation. There was a City of Cape Town case, or a case where the City of Cape Town was involved in, where the judge very clearly stated that it is the responsibility of the city to appoint the building control officer. So this is within legislation, and we need to comply with legislation. And in that particular case, the cities needed to appoint that person, because that is the person that acts on behalf of the city. So the same will apply to us, because it is in legislation. We can't just go and change what is set out in legislation here as a council.
Speaker, proceed. Use your majority to steamroll this appointment, because you refuse to take advice from us. We'll see. Thank you.
Thank you, noted, Alderman. Can we please have the next speaker, Councillor Roelofse? Councillor Roelofse, can you continue with 1 minute?
Speaker, can I continue?
May, your time starts now, 1 minute.
Yes, Speaker, thank you. I second the proposal of my colleague, Councillor Reuben Friesland, as per the recommendations on page 321 and 322.
Thank you very much, Councillor. We move on to item 12.9, the application for event cost waiver, George Tens, 2021. The first person to speak on this item is Councillor Dirk Wessels. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Speaker. The item holds with the waivering of fees for services. The Tens is currently a flagship event on the George calendar, providing local exposure for 5 sporting codes, but also bringing tourism from as far as Cape Town, Middleburg and Port Elizabeth. The whole event is being streamed live and also have clips on Super Sport through the various days. Also to be noted is that these fees were included in the original MOU signed in 2018, but was removed as the new MOU was drafted, and that event managers must rather deal with service costs through a formal cost waiver application. The event is currently serving over 60 rugby teams, 75 golf 4 balls, 14 netball teams, 12 bowls teams, and still the only host of a women's amateurs rugby league in the country. A true reflection of why George is the only city for all reasons. Creating opportunity for our communities was widely advertised by all parties in this council, and this is us putting that to work. I thus propose the recommendation. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Bessels. The next person to speak on this item is Councillor Hani. You have 2 minutes.
Good day, Speaker. Good day, Speaker. As the ANC, we support fully the recommendation, as long as it's going to benefit all the poor communities and the other areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. The next person to speak on this item is the PBI, and that's Councillor Kleinans. You have 2 minutes.
Dankie, Speaker. Speaker, eerstens wil ek dit duidelik stel dat hierdie is 'n commercial event en dit is nie 'n gewone social sport event nie. Verder, Speaker, wil ek dit duidelik op rekord plaas dat ek wil net die vraag vra en ek weet ek gaan nie 'n antwoord kry nie, dat alle raadslede hier, veral 55, die voeltjies vlei daar buite. As enige raadslid belange, indirek of direkte besigheidsbelange by hierdie event het, en vandag in hierdie raadsvergadering saam sit en besluit rondom die event, sal dit wel later uitkom. Speaker, ek wil ook die volgende vir die raad sê, dat as daar ander sulke versoeke gaan kom vir die wavering van hierdie fee, vir die gebruik van hierdie sportveld, dan hoop ek dat ons presies dieselfde roete gaan stap. Dit is nou baie mooi om te sê wat die voordele vir George gaan wees en al hierdie mooi goede gaan wees. Maar wanneer dit kom byvoorbeeld wanneer Evergreens vra in Progress, ons wil ook die veld gebruik, dan sê ons nee, julle moet nou dit betaal. En wanneer Uniondale United byvoorbeeld toe hulle die nuus tournament aangebied het by die Outeniqua Park, toe kon hulle dit aanbied as gevolg van die koste wat die raad hulle gecharge het vir Outeniqua Park. Toe moes hulle Rosemont toe gaan. So ons moet nie selectief kom, dan sê ons vir hierdie groot commercial event, want julle gaan nou paddastoeltjies goede aanbood, so julle kan dit maar daar in die plaas gaan hou nie. Ons moet konsekwent bly.
Dankie,
en dan
Raad.
Speaker, wil ek waarsku, as daar raadslede benefit hierbij, moenie ons probeer stil maak nie, want ons kan dit laat investigate. As daar 'n konflik of belange is, wat nie verklaar is.
Your time is up. Thank you very much. I have a hand up. Councillor Jay, do you have a question or do you have a point of clarity?
En ons moet dit monitor.
Speaker, baie dankie. Ek weet nie of ons praat op 12.9 hoor, of 12.8.
Ek het glad nie die kennis gekry daarvan nie. I did not get notification on the speakers list. Yes, looking according to the speakers list. Sorry, there's somebody that's talking in the background. Eric, can we please mute that, the second mic that's on, if you don't mind?
Sure.
Sorry, thank you. Councillor Fortuin, Jay, sorry, my apologies. I'm working according to the speakers list, which was given to me at 8 o'clock this morning, which has arrived at my office. And I have no speaking terms on the speakers list that has been allocated to me. And I'm therefore working according to that for today's meeting. Thank you.
Speaker, nee, ek vra laat die chief van council net miskien vir u duidelikheid gee, maar daar is definitief 'n naam daar by gehoor. Councillor Neville Lou gaan daar praat.
Could I just get clarity from the chief whip, please? I do not have this on my speakers list, if that is the case.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, as you all know, we are expected to provide the names 24 hours before the time to complete the speakers list. I received a message from Councillor Jay at 10:03 this morning only to say that Good would be speaking, and by that time I had already sent out the speakers list. As you yourself said, it was sent out just after 8 this morning. So the speakers were only received at 3 minutes past 10 this morning.
Speaker, ek verstaan nou nie lekker nie. Ons het dan al net toe gepraat. Goed was dan al op die raad se direkteur het gepraat. Of het ons nog nergens gepraat nie?
We explained in the previous meeting, according to the rules of order on section 16.2, we have to give the names. It's all in, I'm working constructively against the rules of order. And unfortunately, we have extended those rules to try and accommodate everybody until 8 o'clock this morning when we did not receive any other names. So I'm unfortunately going to stick by the rules. I have tried to be very fair, and I've given more than ample time for this. So we are going to proceed with the speakers list, and you can take objections to that at a later stage if you'd like, but I'm going to continue with this. The next speaker on this item is the EFF. Thank you.
Speaker, point of order, asseblief.
Speaker.
What is your point of order? Please state. And on what point of order is it? What is the number of the point of order, please? Councillor Hector, you've asked for a point of order. Can you state what is the point of order and the number of the point of order on the rules of order, please? I am not receiving anything. I'm not sure what is happening at this stage of the game. I've asked for
Speaker, wil jy nie 'n goed deel van die vergadering van vandag
I can hear you. Can I get the point of order?
Speaker, wil jy nie goed moet deelneem aan vandag se vergadering? Is dit die beslissing wat jy maak?
No, I'm making a decision on the Councillor. I'm going to ask you the first time. We have discussed this already, and I've done everything in my power to be as fair as possible. And I've stated that I will stick to the rules of order. If you have a rule of order, please state the rule of order that you want to be advised to raise.
Speaker.
What is?
Ek het hierdie point gereis met die chief van council. Sy het dit accept. Sy het nog vir my gevra wat 'n lou verwys dit na point 12.9. So sy het nie gesê dit is laat in, maar dit moenie weer in future gebeur nie. So hoekom nou ewe skielik besluit julle as julle met die meeting so gaan begin? Jy het gevra jy wil die meeting ordentlik hê, maar begin jy met die meetings so, dan gaan jy ons so kry.
Councillor Jay, I'm going to ask you.
Speaker, wil jy hê die gemeenskap met jou kom vergaderings hou? As ons dit kan doen namens hulle nie. Wil julle hê die gemeenskap vergadering?
Point of order, Speaker.
I'm speaking. Councillor Hector, please. I've told you that we are sticking to the rules of order. If you do not have a rule of order, then you're out of line to speak. I'm asking that Councillor Viljoen, as the Chief Whip, please clarify this, and then we're moving on. Thank you. That's my ruling.
Speaker, I think it is very clear. I indicated that the speakers' names were submitted to me only once the meeting had started. I did respond by saying which low. I also responded to ask how many minutes on which items, and I did not get a response from the whip of good. I did also not say it was acceptable. I merely asked for clarity. So the ruling stays with you, but I would just like to show you again to debate management, which is item 16 of our rules of order. Good did not submit their speakers list in time for the meeting. Thank you very much. I suggest we move on with the next speaker, which is the EFF.
Thank you very much, Councillor Barnard.
Ja, en Councillor Barnard, ons weet jy control die council meeting.
I'm asking you once to please not interfere. There are rules and code of conduct. I've asked you very nicely. We're not going to have this type of action. I'm trying to be fair, but at this time of I've made a ruling and I'm going to continue. And hopefully by the next meeting, you'll have your times and everything sorted out. Thank you. My ruling stands. The next person to speak on this item is the EFF. You have 1 minute. Thank you. The EFF is not responding. I'm going to ask for the next speaker, Councillor De Tooy. You have 1 minute.
Baie dankie Speaker, ek gaan kort en kragtig wees. Speaker, dit gaan vir die ACDP hier oor toerisme. Nou ons weet vir elke 8 toeriste wat in 'n dorp inkom, word daar 1 werk geskep daarvoor. So die ACDP is ten volle vir hierdie tiene wat kom en hierdie toerisme, dit gaan baie toerisme lok, so dit gaan ons ekonomie lig wat daardie week aan betref. Dankie Speaker, so ons ondersteun hierdie aanbeveling.
Thank you very much. Could we have it in turn?
Uceba utotoa indokubana le project izozisa i-tourism and i-tourism ke siyayazi ukuthi ifaka imali and ngolo hlobo i-economy yethu iyanyuka, so nabo bayavumelana nayo. Nkosi.
Thank you very much. The next speaker on the list is Councillor Maitland from the Freedom Front Plus. You have 1 minute, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are totally covered by the recommendation of Dirk. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The next person to speak on the item is Councillor Simmers from the DA. You have 1 minute, please. Councillor Simmers.
I second the proposal, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Moving on to item 12.10, that's 12.10, application for grant funding for maintenance on proclaimed roads. The first person to speak on this item is Councillor van Branders. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Speaker. As you all know, Council needs to obtain permission to put an application in for grant funding on the proclaimed roads. If we look at the proclaimed roads, as you all know, Council gives a 20% and the province then gives a 80%. So we will propose 3 sections, which is CJ Langenhoven from the Provincial Hospital to York Street from Nelson Mandela to Courtney Street, and then again York Street RO 102 to Nelson Mandela, and that will be a total cost to Council of 5.5 and then 22 towards province. So I therefore recommend the recommendation on page 345. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. I see your English is also getting finished already. The next councillor to speak on this item is the ANC, and it is Councillor B. Hani, and you have 2 minutes.
Not Hani.
My humblest apologies. I was looking at the wrong thing. Councillor E. Ndaka. Sorry.
Yes, please. Thank you, Speaker, but you must bring back those seconds again that you make a mistake. Again, we are so disappointed. It seems as if all these grants, they are used to uplift in town. And why is that? What about the other roads that are on the other side of the bridge in Thembalethu in Mokgeplo? That also needs to be taken into consideration. And also, this should have also happened to repair the damages of millions that were wasted in Mandela Boulevard, because there were millions that were wasted on that one. And again, it must stop that continuity of using only one company. Every time it's the same contractor that does roads in George. That one must stop. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Next person, thank you. Could you put your mic off? The next person to speak on this item is Councillor Hill. You have 1 minute. Councillor Hill, you have 1 minute. Chief Whip.
Speaker, I
Speaker, thank
think
you very much. I would like to second the recommendation carried in by Councillor Jackie von Brandes. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jay, your hand is up, I see. Can you please bring in your question or your point of order?
Speaker, ek gaan herhaal deur te sê ek is baie ongelukkig aan die optrede van die chief whip van council. Dit beteken sy loop dubbele standaarde want ek het vir haar gesê goed gaan op al die items praat. Toe sê sy ek moet dit regstel. Dit is onaanvaarbaar. Ek moet name en goed allokeer wat ek toe wel agterna gedoen het. Ons het geïndikeer ons gaan op al die items praat.
Councillor, we've discussed this matter once. There has been a ruling made. You can take up your disgust or your other stuff, your predictions, whatever, at the later stage. The ruling stands. We're going to move on to the next item, and you can lower your hand, please, Councillor. We'll discuss this later. Item 12.11, application to purchase ARF 24901, George, for the expansion of the business concern situated on the ARF 24902, George. The first person to speak on this item is Councillor Gultis. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. Good afternoon, and good afternoon to my colleagues, all the councillors, and of course, good afternoon to all our YouTube viewers. On this item, on page 408, is the recommendations which I'm happy to accept and recommend, and from A to E, where we grant Safari Braai the approval for the purchase of the ARF 24902. They are clearly a business growing well with over 20 million of expenditure and over 100 people employed. So therefore, I'm happy to propose the recommendation. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. The next party to speak on this is the ANC, and the councillor is Jay Esser. You have 2 minutes, please.
Thank you very much, Speaker. As the ANC in principle, we are in favor of this, because any economic development that will enable us to create job opportunities for our communities are welcomed by the ANC. Speaker, of 24901, as page 403 discovered that this is in the road master plan. The road will be extended over the railway. What implication will it have on this selling of land? Whereas the ANC therefore will not support this because it will create a precedent. We first have to put a council policy in place for out-of-hand sales or disposal of council property. And the comments of the officials, namely the acting MM, said that this is subject to public participation. So we want to know when will that happen. Whereas the ANC requests also that the item be referred back. Thank you very much.
Councillor MM, to you.
Speaker, yes, this if council should approve this today, then it's going to be subject to public participation and it will come back to council.
Thank you very much. Does that answer your questions, Councillor Esser?
Yes, thank you very much, Speaker.
A pleasure. The next person to speak on this is the DA, and Councillor Fry, you have 1 minute.
Thank you, Chairperson. I second the recommendation made by my colleague.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillors and public, it is now 1 o'clock. I believe we should have a half an hour break for lunch. We will resume at 13:30. This will give you all time to stretch your legs, and then I ask that you are promptly back at 13:30 for the remaining part of this council meeting. Thank you very much. Meeting adjourned until 13:30.
Thank you, Speaker.
Councillors, Council, we are now sitting at 13:30 according to my watch. In fact, it's 13:31. If we can reconvene, I'm going to have to go through the roll call once again to ensure that everybody is here. So please bear with me. I want to get through this as quickly as possible. I'm going to call out your name once. If you don't answer, I'm going to call out a second time. And if you don't answer, I will take it as being absent. You can then take it from there. Councillor Johnson, I see your hand up already. Is there a problem?
Thank you, Speaker. Councillor Adams just confirmed he will be 3 minutes late. So just say it's up.
That's fine, Councillor. As I said, I did say we're starting at 13:30, and I'm going to try and keep these meetings according to schedule. So if he comes in late, he is welcome to acknowledge his presence via the chat room or put his hand up and acknowledge him. So I'm going to go forward. Councillor Adams, obviously, you've just said he's not available. He can acknowledge himself later. Councillor America.
Present, Speaker.
Councillor Barnard.
Present.
Councillor Brown.
She's on her phone.
Okay.
I mean, she's logging in on her phone. Sorry, Speaker, that came out wrong.
Okay. No problem, Councillor. If she could just acknowledge once she's in, please. Councillor Bass. Councillor Bass. JP Bass.
Teenwoordig, Speaker.
Okay. Councillor Clark.
Present.
Councillor Cronje.
Present, Speaker.
Councillor Du Toit.
Present, Speaker.
Councillor Eso J. Please ask you to mute it. If you're not Councillor Eso, or please mute your microphone.
Teenwoordig, Speaker.
Dankie. Councillor Fichland ED. Councillor Fichland ED. Moving on, Councillor Fichland RG.
Present, Speaker.
Councillor Fry. Councillor Fry. Alderman Girike.
Yeah, present. Thank you.
Councillor Gom. Councillor Gom. Councillor Greef.
Teenwoordig, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Gultig.
Councillor Gultig is present.
Councillor Hani. Councillor Hani. Councillor Hector. Councillor Kleinhans, can you please put your microphone off? You're online. Councillor Hector, the last call. Councillor Heiser.
Teenwoordig, Speaker.
Councillor Hill.
Hello, we are here. Just log in now.
Thank you, Councillor. Could you please put all the names of the people on the chat so that I don't have to repeat the names?
I'll do that. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Jantjies.
Present, thank you. Back from lavatory, please. Thank you.
Overshare, thank you. Councillor J.E.
Lavatory.
Councillor J.E. Councillor Johnson.
Present, thank you.
Councillor Kleinhans.
Teenwoordig, Speaker.
Elder Lady Kritzinger.
Teenwoordig.
Councillor Kruger. Councillor Kruger.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Lento. Marked absent earlier. I presume he's still absent.
No, he's here.
Is he here? Sorry. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Lento. Councillor Lawson.
Present, Speaker.
Councillor Low, NM.
Teenwoordig, Speaker.
Okay, Councillor Low, RM. Councillor Low, RM. Councillor Manklele.
Yes, Speaker, I'm here.
Thank you. Councillor Mbete.
I'm present, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Mdaka, ET.
We are both here.
Speaker, we're here.
Thank you. Councillor Mkule.
Councillor Mkhukuli.
I'm going to have to get my tongue around that. I'm terribly sorry. My false teeth might come out. Thank you very much. Councillor Camille. Councillor Camille. Councillor Neetling.
Present.
Councillor Niehaus.
Teenwoordig, Speaker.
Councillor Ntondini. Councillor Ntondini.
I can stay, Speaker.
Okay. Alderman Petrus.
Teenwoordig, Speaker.
Councillor Kantana.
Present, Speaker.
Councillor Rulofse.
Present, Speaker.
Councillor Suffers. Councillor Suffers. Councillor Subtu.
Speaker, Councillor Subtu indicated that he would join the meeting at 2 o'clock.
Thank you. Thank you, Emmy.
Sorry,
Councillor-
sorry. I was
Noted. Thank you, Councillor Suffers. Got you. Councillor Simmers.
Teenwoordig, Speaker.
Councillor Smart.
Teenwoordig, Speaker.
Councillor Snyman. Ek is teenwoordig. Councillor Titus. Councillor Titus. Councillor Toto.
Speaker, he has given apologies for today.
Thank you. Councillor Van Niekerk.
present, Speaker.
Councillor Van Wyk. Alderman Van Wyk, sorry.
Present, Speaker.
Councillor Von Brandes.
Present, Speaker.
Councillor Wessels.
Present, Speaker.
Councillor Windwaai.
Present, Speaker.
Thank you very much. We have a quorum. I'm therefore going to proceed with the meeting, and we are going to continue with item 12.12, if I am correct. Review of the immovable property management policy. The first person to speak on this item is Councillor Von Brandes.
Mr. Speaker,
Alderman.
can I speak quickly? I just want to draw your attention to item 12.8 again. We have passed the item, but I need to place on the record. We will refer as a party this item to the public protector. For clarity, I'm asking on this platform that the municipal manager forward me the appointment policy of the municipality and all other relevant policies that will have an influence on this appointment. Thank you very much indeed.
Noted. Thank you very much, Alderman. Just answer that.
Speaker, I will do so.
Thank you very much. We have that on record. Thank you very much. We're moving on to item 12.12, review of the immovable property management policy. First person to speak on this is Councillor Von Brandes. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, the immovable property management policy must be reviewed whenever it is required in terms of operational or statutory changes. These amendments in this policy focus on three changes aspects, namely to authorize the municipal manager to approve lease agreements for periods up to 9 years and 11 months. The most important one, to ensure that the policy allows council's property to be swiftly made available for economic and development and expansions where required and appropriate. And then the third aspect, remove paragraphs pertaining to fixed asset management policies which are not relevant to immovable property management policies. So these is the three aspects that the changes is focused on. I would just like to put in an amended recommendation that after F there is a G. The G reads, workshop will be held with councillors. Thank you, and therefore I propose the amended recommendation with the addition of G.
Thank you, Councillor. Could you please put the amendment on in writing and send it to Corporate Services for in the due course? Next person to speak on this item is ANC. Councillor Earsu, you have 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I won't be long due to the fact that there's an amendment with F, because that is what the ANC wanted to ask due to the fact that we have new councillors in council for a workshop. So thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Next to speak on the item, the final person to speak on the item is Councillor Quintana. You have 1 minute.
Thank you, Speaker. I second the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Moving on to item 12.13, proposed alienation of ERF 16467, George, for the erection of a world-class tennis facility. The first person to speak on this item is Councillor Wessels. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Another first, not only for George, but for South Africa. These first of its kind tennis courts in South Africa will open up enormous
Councillor Wessels, we've lost you. Councillor Wessels, we have lost you completely. Could somebody assist there, please? Otherwise, could Chief Whip?
Speaker, can we just ask IT to try and assist quickly? If not, we will carry on with the item with another speaker, a different speaker.
IT, could you just assist so we can get this item presented? Could we have another speaker, please?
Speaker, I'm happy to take it.
Thank you very much for the. Could you carry on then, please?
Yeah, this relates to an approach that the George municipality received from interest within the tennis code, and what they wish to do is to establish a world-class tennis facility in George that is focused on a clay court tennis. Now, most of international tennis in Europe gets played on clay courts, and therefore this type of facility will not only help South African tennis players and tennis professionals enter the international market and to give them the training opportunities to learn to play on clay court, but could also then become a court facility here that international players could also come and use for their training processes. And therefore they have chosen George as a location where this type of tennis can then be played, and these courts can be located here. So therefore, it is of significance and of extreme importance then that we also attract these various sporting codes to George and are able to establish a facility here. So the recommendation then contains the process that needs to be followed, and what International Tennis Federation is then looking for is this type of endorsement, in fact, that we have from George Municipality for the location of such a facility here. So I accordingly propose the item.
Thank you, Alderman. The next person to speak on this item is the ANC, Councillor F. Mdaka.
Thank you again. Good afternoon, everyone. ANC objects that the item that land must be given to the individual or the construction, because previously the land was earmarked for housing. And thinking of that, we want integration. That land will be perfectly good to build houses for our people. We cannot give it to the tennis. I've heard the mayor saying that it's an international tennis, it can give George benefit, but George, we want it for George people. So George people can have houses in that land. So we are objecting the item. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Alderman Gericke, you have 3 minutes.
Yeah, Speaker, first and foremost, we're not going to be in favor of this item because I see the applicant is a Telesto Construction Property Limited instead of a sporting organization like Tennis SWD or Tennis George. And this is a private company coming here to want to obtain land for something that should be applied for by a specific organization. We don't read here anywhere, and we do not have letters of support from the sporting fraternity for this initiative. That's the first thing. The second thing is the price proposed here is ridiculous, since the area is a prime area. So we do not know who the role players will be. We do not have the background, and we do not even have the name of this individual. We just read here of a company. Our information is also, and I place on record, that a councillor that has just finished his term, a portfolio councillor, has an interest with tennis, and this will be investigated because this is too sudden on us as a council. Then I'm going to be in support of Comrade Mdaka, that this property has been awarded for housing. I think there is a previous council decision on this. I don't see that that decision has been rescinded as yet, and we need a full disclosure of all the relevant information before we can move on. We will be, as the PBI, in support of this item when an organization, sporting fraternity, comes to the fore with all relevant role players, and they say, we have an interest here, we will support on condition that we have access. The problem as this item stands here, if we approve it now, after we've approved it, they may privatize this property and say it's only for prime people wanting to come and play here and exclude all the other people of the community. We will definitely not be in favor as it stands. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Gericke. The next person to speak on this item is Councillor Du Toit.
Dankie Speaker. Speaker, die ACDP ondersteun hierdie aanbeveling. Dit gaan weer eens George in die oë van die hele wêreld plaas en ons sport te lei. So dit gaan ook weer toerisme lok na George wat ons so bitter nodig het om ons ekonomie te stimuleer. So die ACDP is ten gunste hiervan. Dankie.
Could we have an interpreter, please?
So gaan impact ook gelijk.
Dis waar.
Thank you, councillors. Can I have an interpreter, please? Sorry, I can't hear the interpreter. I don't know if anyone else heard him. Thank you very much.
You cannot thank him. You didn't hear anything.
Could I please ask the interpreter to repeat the entire statement by the Councillor Du Toit? The people said they did not hear it.
All right. Uthi uceba uDu Toit into yobana bona njenge-ACDP bayawusapota lo mbono njengokuba uzozisa i-tourist and uzophinda unyuse i-economy yethu kwakhona. Enkosi.
Thank you very much. The next councillor to speak on this is the Freedom Front Plus, Councillor Etlin. You have 1 minute.
We are fully support of the recommendation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And the final speaker on this is Alderman Kritzinger. You have 1 minute.
Thank you, Speaker. I heard all the housing pleas, but what about all the sport and recreation opportunities for all the communities in George? This sporting ground has been used to train our kids and better their skills in soccer for years and years. Do we want to take this away from our children? I can only see.
Sorry, Councillor? Do not interrupt while somebody's on the floor. I'm asking you nicely. We don't want a situation where people are being disrespected. Alderman Kritzinger, I'm sorry for that. Could you please continue? I'm asking all councillors to show respect, duly respect each other, and we're not going to have people interrupting while other people are talking. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Speaker. I just want to emphasize that I can only see jobs and business opportunities for all the residents in George and not for certain groups as what is normally wat normaalweg aangeneem word gaan nie geval wees nie. So others with this want to second the recommendation that was made by the mayor and wonderful. I cannot wait for this to happen in George. What an opportunity for
Thank
the
you
George.
very much. Time is up. Thank you very much. We're going to move on to item 12.14. The Sunroll upgrading of the Sunroll Road network along the N2 from the Kraaibos traffic circle to the Wilderness Lakes turnoff. The first person to talk on this item is Councillor Barnard.
Speaker,
thank you very much, Speaker. Can I continue?
1 second, please. I have a hand up. Councillor Kleinhans, do you have a question or do you have a point of order?
Speaker, point of persoonlijke verduidelijking. As daar twee voorstelle op die tafel is, wat gebeur dan, Speaker? Want as ek luister na Alderman Gierke en Mdaka, het hulle definitief ander voorstelle op die tafel geplaas. En u het net dood eenvoudig aangehoef.
Councillor Kleinhans, I had no proposal, I had objections. I take note of the objections. There was no proposal to change the item, and the objections were noted. There was no formal.
No, Speaker. We have made, when I articulated, I've made a proposal. I introduced and said I object, and then I made a proposal. Because this piece of land should also be submitted to the policy, the asset transfer regulations, and all the relevant policies. You cannot just give land away, you know it. So we have a counter proposal.
Sorry, I did not hear that, Councillor. I'm unfortunate. I was not aware of that.
Speaker.
Yes, Chief Whip.
Speaker, we have already seconded this item, and I did not hear an amended proposal put forward by anybody. I only heard objections, but maybe the or the legal advisor can take us forward on this matter. Thank you.
I was about to ask, because I did not hear it. That's why I went on.
Speaker, can you please,
Councillor-
you can play again what I've said. At the end, I said it in Xhosa, Dithe mayibuyele back. That was my counter proposal, that one.
Well, unfortunately, Councillor, that is, as I said, I'm going to ask Councillor Alderman, the advocate, to give us advice here, please.
Sorry, Speaker, trying to unmute myself again. Speaker, you've moved on to the next item. There was no, I didn't hear the words counter proposal at all, unless somebody heard it in my, this is faint on my side, but I didn't hear anything from any of the other speakers.
Hello, hi. I've spoken English. I've said we are objecting, and I've stated why. Because it was the housing. When I was on my ending, I said my buyele emva. So if you didn't hear that, go back there. Or like now, I'm being muted. I'm speaking, I'm being muted as well.
Thank you, Councillor. We've had, and without being arrogant or facetious or anything like that, I did not hear I have a counter proposal. I heard objections, and therefore, you asked for stuff to be given to you on this, and as I said, that's why I'm asking that and it was seconded. So I have to move on, unfortunately. There was not a counter proposal and a seconder said to the previous item.
Mr. Snyman.
Alderman Gericke. Sorry?
Xavier?
I was busy talking. I'm going to, I don't want to be pedantic, but Alderman, I address you in the correct term. And at this stage of the game, as I said, I've got to make a ruling. We have had a seconder.
Mr. Speaker, you have heard that Councillor Faithum Daka has made a counter proposal in her mother tongue. Have you become so arrogant now, you and your advisors, that you ignore the mother tongue of other people to say you move on, you did not understand, you did not hear it? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that I had no...
There's a proposal on the table. Jy and your advisors gaan almal tronk toe oor die item. I'm telling you now, we will make a case at the police station, not even at the public protector.
You really... Chief Whip, you are really now very unfair with us. This is unfair that you are doing now. In the opposition, this is unfair. Serious.
I'm going to ask you once.
I raised my voice because you are discriminating. You're taking us for children here.
And you mute us.
Councillors,
you are steamrolling the items and you are biased. The legal advisors are biased. You can kick me out of this meeting, but you are biased.
You're not on the floor. Please silence yourself.
No, we will speak until our voice has been heard. It's unfair that you are doing.
It's not unfair. As I said, I did not.
Speaker, jy's biased. Op die stadium speaker, biased. Jy luister by die oppositie sê nie, jy luister aan counter proposals nie. Jy kom met 'n political agenda en jy push die items deur. Ons gaan hierdie item oor die grond verwys na die public protector, waar alle legal terms, omdat jy hierdie item wil hier steamroller. They are going to benefit on that item.
I'm asking, they are going to benefit. He's not hearing. Please mute him. Thank you.
This is when people differ with you that you chuck people out of the council.
I did not differ.
Because you do not allow for debate.
Alderman, I'm asking you the last time to lower your voice. I'm asking you for the last time to lower your voice.
Because you're taking us for chickens, for fools.
We're not taking anybody for fools. You did not come up with a... We've moved on to...
Why don't you take into consideration what we are saying? Listen to us.
That's what you are doing.
You are.
Thank you, Alderman.
You think I'm your fool? I'm not your fool.
And we are not your fool either.
Why are you talking?
We have
Speaker.
already started. at
No,
12.14.
Speaker, you are not fair. You are not fair here, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Speaker.
I have moved on to item 12.4.
Speaker, no,
That is
Speaker.
my ruling.
Was hands up,
Problem with
Speaker.
it? You're welcome to take it up.
Speaker,
Item 12.4.
Speaker, you cannot.
It's
Speaker, you
fine. We
cannot
are going
do
to.
this.
We are not going to
This is
continue with
unfair,
this meeting
Speaker.
until we resolve this thing.
What you are doing is unfair, Speaker. You are arrogant, sarcastic, and
not
you
being
are
sarcastic
you
at all.
are victimizing us.
I'm not being sarcastic at all, and I've
And
made a
it's so
ruling.
early. It's
If
so
you
Speaker, you've made a ruling.
Asking for the
If,
meeting to be
I
adjourned
think,
for 5 minutes. Thank
councillors
you.
Ag Leon, jy
remove
weet net van 'n
so
ruling.
that
Jy
we can
weet
move on
van
to 12:30 where we are busy.
Speaker, you handed over to me at 12.14.
We cannot
I will
proceed
continue
with
with 12.14. If we could just mute the others shouting at us.
MM, can I ask you to, I have made a ruling. If
Speaker,
there's
no, you
problem
can't
with the
make a ruling on that. That's unfair. Speaker,
I have made a
allow us
ruling
time
and-
to debate in terms of the
MM,
state.
I'm asking you to please remove the councillor that is not adhering to my ruling, please.
Why do you remove the councillor that's not adhering to your
So what-
ruling?
Because he does not want to silence himself after I've asked him 3 times.
But
This
because-
quite-
It's not the way. It's not the way.
Thank you.
You
Mr.
don't do
Speaker.
like that.
Mr.
You
Speaker,
don't do like that. Read your rules of order.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Can we please proceed with item 12.14?
Mr. Speaker, on a point of order.
What is
on a
your
point-
point of order code, the number, please?
16.2.
Yes.
So whenever we want to raise a point, and it's up to the speaker to listen to us. Comrade Faith, Councillor Faith Ndaka has raised an amended proposal. An objection I have raised.
Speaker, sorry,
It is
point
for
of
you.
order.
It is for you to call for the proposals then before you move on. And if you have made a mistake, please tell us that you've made a mistake so that we can return and submit the amended proposal. This is the
Alderman,
procedure.
I have, as I've said to you, I had nowhere in that conversation did I hear a counter proposal
So
seconded.
even if Councillor Mandaka said she spoke in her own mother tongue.
Aka spoke in her mother tongue and she did not have a seconder to that.
But why didn't you ask for a second?
Did. Gerike did.
May I proceed with 12.14, Speaker?
Marlene, you must 12.4, you must wait. We are handling an item here that's got to do with the business of George people.
Speaker, this item has been dealt with. Can we please, according to our rules, just move on to the next item? Thank you.
Thank you.
And could we ask that these councillors be muted who are interrupting so rudely?
No, you can mute us. You can mute us. You can do what
Fine,
you
you
want
can
to.
mute
But
me.
you're going to
It's
pay the
fine.
brunt of this.
And the public knows, and the public is hearing what we are saying.
Thank you,
You
Councillor.
always think that I
Ndaka,
sugar man.
Councillor Ndaka, I'm asking you, I've asked you 3 or 4 times already. MM, please, can we continue with 12.14, Councillor Barnard?
Mr. Speaker, we are asking you to listen to what we say as the opposition. There is a counter proposal on the table. Before you got to the seconder, the counter proposal was on the table. Can you deal with the counter proposal, please?
I've asked the legal advisor who agrees with me, he did not hear anything about account.
But does he understand isiXhosa?
Speaker,
does he understand? Does your legal advisor understand isiXhosa?
Speaker.
I don't know who's speaking at this stage. I've asked
Councillor Vigland, my hand is up.
Mr. Fichland.
Can
What
you-
is it, a question or is it a point of order?
Would you kindly grant the DA a caucus of 10 minutes, please?
The time is 14:05. We'll reconvene at 14:15. Thank you.
You are going to benefit in that tennis thing. You are. You are. That's why you are so adamant to give us.
This meeting has adjourned for 15 minutes. Thank you.
You're right. You're right.
Councillors, we are now at 2:15 or 2:16 by my time.
You are late.
I apologize. I was doing my homework to make sure that I did not make the same mistake twice. Could you please indicate your presence in the chat box so that we can continue? I have listened to the recording and also spoken to the interpreter, and the wording used was not counter proposal, and at no time during the previous item was the words counter proposal used. I am therefore going to stand by my decision.
Speaker, can I also be? Can that thing be played? Can that thing be sent to me? I want to hear what I was saying there, because I didn't say counter proposal, but I said maibuyele umva.
Which means basically you made an assertion to say that it must go back. You did not make a counter proposal. Thank you. You did not say counter proposal, so therefore I'm moving on to 12.14.
What is the English word for counter proposal? What is the Xhosa word for counter proposal? Because I don't know the counter word proposal in Xhosa. That's why I said.
Speaker, can I possibly just come in here?
Okay, can I have order, please? Mayor would like to say something, and maybe that will give clarity. Mayor, could you please?
Yes. Yeah, I'll do that with pleasure, Speaker, because I think if councillors had read their agenda and read this item, they would be aware that in recommendation D, it indicates that the outcome of the public participation process thereafter be submitted to council for consideration and for council to grant the final approval for the sale and record the reasons for the disposal. So this is just the start of a process that is taking place here. And there was at no stage during the handling of this item was there any counter proposal. So therefore, council has approved the item such as at 12:13 and had already moved into 12:14. So Speaker, I think please just move on to 12:14. Everybody now knows what was the item was about. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Alderman Geerke. Is it
okay,
a point of clarity?
It's a notice that I want to give you, and then I'm going to move on. Let me just tell you that a mayor, even if he raises his voice, he doesn't have the last say and the final say in any council meeting.
I understand that.
Even if he says you must move on, you are under no obligation.
I understand that, and I'm not taking my instructions.
Hold on. Hold on. You were supposed to call for counter proposals when you heard we object, but you did not do that. Now, in the absence of that, we are not prepared to be subjected further and humiliated. You can go on with your agenda. We, as the PBI, withdraw from this meeting because we are being harassed, we are being victimized, and you steamroller the agenda. And this item, even this item, I give you notice on Monday coming, we will take it to the public protector and to the police because you are transgressing policy here. And we're not going to tolerate that this time in this term. So we withdraw because of your unfair rulings and because of your political interference by your colleagues that do not allow you to make a ruling in terms of the rules of order. Thank you, Speaker.
Alderman, I've so noted. We are therefore moving on. to item 12.14. The Sandra.
Speaker,
We still,
there are hands.
before I carry on,
Richard Hector's hand has been up. There are a lot of hands that are up. You are ignoring them. That Esso's hand was up, but you are not.
Councillor, thank you. I take note of what you said, and I acknowledge Councillor Hector. If it's a point of order or is it a question?
Speaker, ek wil net vir jou sê dat jy die voorsitter is van hierdie vergadering en nie Leon burgemeester nie, maar jy. So asseblief, jy kan nie toelaat dat Leon burgemeester nie vir jou wil kom voorsitter.
Ruling, thank you, Councillor Hector. I understand that. Thank you.
Speaker, waarvoor is so haastig? Ons is hier besig met dringend ernstige sake die gemeenskap raak.
Councillor Hector, I'm doing the business of the day in the interest of what's going on, and I've made my ruling. Thank you very much. You've made your point, and we're going to move on. Thank you. I take note of what Councillor Alderman Gericke said, and I've take note of what you've said there. So can we please move on to 12.14, which was already started previously?
Thank you very much, Speaker. Item 12.4 regards the sum upgrading of the Kraibosch traffic circle up to.
You see my hand is up, Speaker. Speaker, point of order for Marlon, please. You see my hand is up.
Councillor Sabtu, now I see your hand is up. Thank you. Councillor Marlon.
Thank you, Speaker. And I would just.
Order, is it a question? Councillor, 1 second. A point of order or a question, Councillor Sabtu?
I first want to say that I'm in my presence. I want to confirm my presence in the meeting, Speaker. I've been waiting for a chance just to note my attendance, and at the same time, Speaker, I want to support the actions of the PBI in terms of the rulings that has been made. Good has been battling today, and I've been informed we've been battling just to get our points across to speak on the different items, Speaker. We have to speak about, we have to engage. This is not what you have engaged us in your phone calls when you phone us to say you are going to be fair, you are going to.
Councillor Sabtu.
No, I think it's a problem, Speaker, because what is happening now, even in this item, is the same action that has happened previously today at this meetings, where you are not objective in terms of making your ruling, Speaker. So we want to support the people.
Thank you. I take note of what you're saying. You've just arrived at the meeting, and I acknowledge your attendance. Thank you very much.
Speaker, ek het jou gesê jy moet nie so haastig wees nie. Sabtu was besig om te praat en jy chip in.
But he's also repeating exactly over and over, and he's not.
Dis respectful, Speaker, en jy's partydig. Dit is wat ek vir jou kan sê. Jy wag nie eers wat raadslid Sabtu klaar praat nie.
Serious, I'm not sure why is he so in hurry. You were in hurry because you want to.
I'm not in a hurry at all.
What you want to do? No, it's wrong. It's wrong, Speaker.
Can you please remove Councillor?
No, it's not correct. We should have a meeting like this where we are undermined.
We are not going to move.
We are undermined. We are not part of this democratic process that are currently taking place. Speaker, you are not objective in this council meeting today.
You're entitled to your own opinion. Thank you very much. Entitled to those opinions, and I have asked.
As lelike maniere as iemand praat en jy chip in.
Well, I'm the speaker.
Lelike maniere.
I have the right to stop talking, because if the person continuously repeats himself in the rules of order, it says I am allowed to stop him, so that he is repeating himself continuously. And Councillor Hector, I did not recognize you in the first place. So please, I'm asking you nicely for the second time. Let's not turn
the rules of order.
You're referring to the rules of order, but you are not objective in applying the rules of order, specifically also in this case, now with this item that we are trying to put forward, so that everybody can give his input with regard to this item, Speaker. It's no use trying to hold.
Councillor Sabtu, were you present during that time? No. You only appeared after the recess.
I was trying to log on. I've been.
But he was listening. Did you know that he was listening?
Allow me to reply to that.
He was listening.
Allow me to reply to you.
Hy het geluister, Speaker. Hy het geluister.
Ek probeer hulle geruime tyd op die lig kom hierso net om iets te kan sê. Julle was in 'n caucus speaker.
I've asked him to be removed.
May I continue with 12.14, Speaker?
You are not going to continue when I'm in.
Ma'am, can I ask them to be muted, please? Councillor Gericke has already indicated that he's withdrawn from this meeting, and I have noted that. I therefore ask that we continue with 12.14. Councillor Barnard.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I find it interesting that my colleagues were complaining about the fact that they were being interrupted, but that they were the ones interrupting me while I was already on the floor with this item, and I'm still being interrupted. Item 12.14 regards the upgrading of the N2 by Sunroll from Kraibosch up to the Wilderness Lakes areas. The municipality has already afforded them some pieces of municipal land, and the item before us today is simply to enable them to purchase an additional part of Earth 1, 2 to 6 Wilderness so that they can continue with the upgrading of the N2 along this route. I therefore put the proposal to you as is contained in the agenda. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor. The next to speak on this item is Councillor Mankele. I have a hand up. Is it a point of order, a question, Councillor Hector? Please state your point of order.
Speaker, ek wil net sê ek kan nie deelneem, ek kan nie doeltreffend my gemeenskap verteenwoordig in hierdie soort vergadering. Dit is ondemokraties en op grond van dit onttrek ek as 'n goed raadslid aan hierdie vergadering. Almal van ons onttrek. Ek wil op rekord plaas die besluite wat julle neem is eensydige besluite van die DA af. Wat julle verder neem of heel vergadering neem.
Ek neem notisie, baie dankie. Would anyone like to have that translated? Could we please translate that for the purposes of the meeting to continue?
Uceba uthi uceba uHector. Uthi uceba uHector uceba. Bana naye bayaphuma. Bamanyelwa and into eyenzekayo is unfair and it is selfish for abantu bayaphuma. Enkosi.
Thank you very much. I therefore move on to the second speaker in this, Councillor Ndaka. I see your hand is up. Is this a point of order or a question? Thank you very much. The next person to speak on this item is Councillor Menklele, and you have 2 minutes. Councillor, you have 2 minutes. I therefore presume that they're not going to talk on this matter. Is there anyone that can confirm that he is still in the meeting? Thank you very much. Councillor Maitland, you have 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We fully agree with that recommendation, and if possible, I will even support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Maitland. Councillor Alderman Petrus.
Thank you, Speaker. I second the proposal.
Thank you, Alderman. We move on to item 12.15, item 12.15, tourism institutional arrangements, research and evaluation. I just want to confirm that we are still a quorum before I continue. So I would not like to have it come back and say that we are making decisions without a quorum. Can corporate
Speaker?
Yes.
Speaker, I can confirm that we are. I've just gone through the participants list. I can confirm yes.
Thank you very much. We therefore move on to 12.15, tourism institutional arrangements, research and evaluation. First to speak on this item is Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Speaker. The George municipality, no doubt, must continue to play a leading role in tourism facilitation, but we should critically analyze and decide clear roles for what the municipality can successfully perform in-house and what will be better outsourced to a relevant service provider to the benefit of all parties. The National Development Plan recognizes tourism as one of the main drivers of employment and economic growth. Tourism is also one of the 6 core pillars of growth in the country's new growth path framework. So the purpose of this item is to obtain a mandate from the mayoral committee to do some investigation on the best institutional arrangements for George Municipality and to appoint an interim tourism advisory committee which will assist with the research, stakeholder engagements and drafting of the report on the findings. Should Council then concur with the recommendation, a further item will serve with the terms of reference and process to establish the advisory committee. I therefore propose the recommendation on pages 5 to 3 and 5 to 4. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. The next person to speak on this item is Councillor Mkhuli from the ANC. Is anyone from the ANC still in the meeting? I therefore propose that we move on and we go to the last speaker in this item is Councillor Gultig. You have 1 minute.
Thank you, Speaker. This is a clear example in this item of evidence-based decision-making, as the Democratic Alliance always does. Therefore, I'm happy to second the proposal by my colleague, Councillor Clark. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. We move on to item 12.16, the draft events assistance policy. Sorry, Councillor Barnard.
Sorry, Speaker, just before you move on to the next item, just a question to the administration. As several of the opposition parties have left the meeting, there are some items that only the ANC indicated that they would be speaking on, or only the PBI. It could possibly be that those items could be dealt with as a no debate. I'm not sure how you and the administration would like to deal with that from now on.
Chief Whip, for purposes of clarity, I would like to mention the fact that they have been called. If they are not present, they have indicated that they'd like to talk. I'll call their name. If they do not talk, we move on. I think it's for purposes of, unless the MM decides otherwise, I just think it's for best purposes.
Speaker, if I may come in here, I note that Councillor Eric Mdaka and Councillor Eso are still online, so I don't know who has withdrawn, and I would prefer it if you would please just give the parties who wanted to speak an opportunity to speak for each of those items. Thanks.
I agree with you, and I'm going to do that. Thank you, MM. I therefore go back to the item, just to give clarity. We are on item 12.16, if I'm correct. I apologize with all these breaks. I might be missing something. I see the hands of Councillor Eso. Councillor, is it a question, or would you just like to acknowledge your presence?
Speaker, do you hear me?
I hear you loud and clear, Councillor.
I've been struggling with this networking, but Speaker, due to the unfairness treatment of councillors in this council meeting, we as the ANC will also withdraw from this meeting now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, so noted. Thank you. Then we shall move on. Councillor, letting us know. To confirm, as I was saying earlier, we are now on item 12.15. No, sorry, 12.16. Am I correct? Just confirm.
Correct, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Item 12.16. Draft Events Assistance Policy for 2021. The first person to speak on this item is Councillor Roelofse. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. Good afternoon, Speaker, Alderman, ladies and councillors. As you know, that tourism is a great opportunity for economic growth and development, and therefore I would like to bring a proposal for a draft events assistance policy, which will give guidelines to the municipality on events and for both also local but also logistical support to smoother coordinate bigger scale events. This will attract a lot of tourism and visitors to our city, especially during the low seasons. And this will also lead to greater investment opportunities through various events, festivals on both national and international level to be hosted here in our beautiful city, especially during the break seasons when nothing else is actually happening. This will also envisage that also all local communities can benefit in all the different areas of George for both economical reasons, but also grant opportunities for sporting development and so forth. As it is also a draft policy, Speaker, this will also be workshopped as well. So I would like to propose the recommendations on page 5 to 7 that this be adopted. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Second to speak is Councillor Ndaka, or in fact, we've now heard from the ANC that they have withdrawn from this meeting. So we therefore go to Councillor Brown. You have 1 minute.
Thank you, Speaker. I support the recommendation that the policy be adopted. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Item 12.17, tourism marketing projects for the 2021-22 financial year. First to speak on this item is Councillor Wessels. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Speaker. The item is to inform Council of on the main marketing projects for the 21-22 financial year and consists from the 6 strategic objectives. 1, to enhance the national and international image and awareness of George. 2, to optimize the tourism volumes. 3, to establish good levels of year-round business. 4, to optimize the distribution of tourism benefits for the Greater George. 5, to engage activity within the George tourism businesses and to assist them. 6, to engage local citizens as a proud community of ambassadors for George. This is to be done through content creation, trade marketing, consumer marketing, stakeholder relations, research and statistics, and brand equipment and promotional items. And the details of that can be found within the item. Just a correction on the wording on the recommendation. It should read that council take note and not that the committee takes note. And with that, I propose the recommendation on page 565.
Thank you, Councillor. As per the previous ruling, we'll move straight to Councillor Windfai. You have 1 minute.
I second the proposal of Councillor Wessels, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Moving on to 12.18, sale of...
Speaker, sorry, my hand is up.
Oh, sorry, Councillor. I apologize. I didn't see you in the meeting. Sorry.
Yeah, it's because of this, Speaker, that the PA feel that we've been victimized in my personal capacity as well. Jy het 'n brief aan my geskryf oor R200 wat ek agterstallig is en is nog nie eens 3 maande nie. So ek voel dat ek gevictimized word hierso in die meeting. Ek het legal advice gekry en ons sal vorentoe gaan, so ek onttrek my van hierdie meeting want dit gaan nie help enige een van ons in die oppositie sien nie. Julle het klaar besluit wat julle gaan doen. So baie dankie.
That is noted. If I need to have someone translate that, please do. Otherwise, we're going to move on. I note that the PA is now withdrawn. We are going to move on to this, the next item, which is 12.18, the sale of residential erven in Andersonville, Pakkelsdorp. The first person to speak on this item is Councillor Petrus, Alderman Petrus, sorry.
Baie dankie, Speaker.
Alderman, you've gone quiet.
Baie dankie, Speaker. Speaker, die is 'n stap in die regte rigting. As ons in die toekoms in dieselfde maatstaf gebruik soos dit nou gedoen het, jy kan sien dat die vorige komitee deeglik die kwessie bespreek en ons het uiteindelik gesien wat dit beteken as ons dat deeglik bespreek en ek voorsien dat as ons dit wat die waardeerder die metodes wat die waardeerder gebruik het ook gebruik in die toekoms kan ons baie van ons mense help veral onder die huidige ekonomiese omstandighede om 'n erf op 'n bekostigbare wyse te bekom. So ek vra dat hierdie voorstel en die aanbeveling so aanvaar word.
Thank you, Alderman. Do we need to translate that? In the event of fairness, are we all happy with that? Thank you. The last person to speak on this item, therefore, would be Councillor America.
Speaker, in Council, I second that proposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. We move on to item 12.19, applications to purchase a portion or portion 1 of the Farm 125 Hookville for the erection of a community facility. The first person to speak on this item would be Councillor Cronje. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. The purpose of this report for Council to take note of an application received from the 7 Passes Initiative to purchase a portion of portion 1 of the Farm 125 Hookville for the development of a community centre. The 7 Passes Initiative is a non-profit organization currently being operated from the rectory of the United Reformed Church in Touwsranton. This facility accommodates offices as well as facilities for educational programs. The rental contract at the church expires at March 2024, and the initiative is in desperate need to acquire alternative premises for their operations. There are other service area within the Touwsranton housing development that was showed out to the 7 Passes Initiative. They indicated that they are interested in one specific earth that human settlements will put on tender once they finalize the criteria for the places of worship. The other available is too small for their purpose. Speaker, then I would like to propose the recommendation as on page 626. A, B, C, and D as it stands. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. We move on to Councillor Niehaus, the second speaker on this. You have 2 minutes.
Dankie, Speaker. Die 7 Passes doen baie goeie werk onder hulle mense. Ek het hier 'n paar van hulle aktiwiteite bygewoon en ek sal voorstel dat ons so gou as moontlik plan maak dat hulle beskikbare grond kry om verder aan te gaan. So die Vryheidsfront as ondersteun die voorstel dat die mense gehelp moet word. Baie dankie.
Thank you, Councillor. Do we need to translate that? I take it not. MM, I see your hand is up.
Speaker, I apologize, and I don't want to take the meeting back, but for item 1218, there was a revision for that item, which was sent through. It seems like there's been an oversight there. I don't know if you are able to reopen 1218, Speaker.
Regarding the sale of one property that has already gone through, Alderman van Beek, you got your hand up.
Yes, I think, Speaker, we probably just need to deal with that because I looked at the amended item and I couldn't see on that amended item. It didn't seem to me as if the one earth was removed there, but clearly, if it is incorrect, I think we might as well try and correct it right now.
Is it going to make any difference if we do not? Because I can't make a judgment going back again if we've already closed the item. I don't want to be pedantic, but we're now doing exactly the same as we did earlier. I think if that piece of ground has already been sold, that can be brought into the item at a later stage. I don't want to go back if we've already closed off an item, if that's okay with you.
Speaker, it's your call. Perhaps Ms. Waring would want to elaborate. I don't. It's your
The
call.
implication of that, I understand you might have made a mistake with that, but as I said, we've already seconded the proposal, and it should have been brought out in the item. But what are the implications, if I may ask?
Point of clarity, Speaker.
Yes, Councillor Viljoen, your point of clarity, please.
Just for clarity, what we are saying is that we actually approved an incorrect recommendation. So
Okay.
yeah, the correct recommendation was emailed out. So it was definitely a slip up on our side by not dealing with the correct recommendation. And if legal could give us some advice on may we or may we not go back, that would be a good thing.
Yes, I think technically we've now been incorrect in what we did. It's not a decision made by council. It's we were forewarned of it, and it hasn't been dealt with.
Thank you very much, Advocate van Schalkwyk, or through the advocate.
Speaker, I'm a bit hesitant now because you've made a ruling. It is now about basically the same. So yeah, I'm a bit hesitant to go back now. I don't know what the feels like.
Yeah, I see Mrs. Waring's hand is up.
May I speak? May I speak, Speaker?
Through the yes.
Thank you, Speaker, through the Okay, I understand the predicament that Speaker and councillors are in. This pertains to, we've now taken a resolution permitting 12 properties to be put out on tender, where it should have been 11 properties. One of the properties should have been removed. So what we could possibly do is now is not a good time to go out on tender anyway because it's a festive season. So we could prepare all the tender documents, and in parallel we bring an item back to council just removing the applicable or said property from the list. And then as soon as we've got that resolution, which removes it from the resolution, we can then go out on tender of the 11.
There's somebody talking in the background. I think that would probably be the safest way to go about it, but it's not my decision. That I do believe we have made a resolution on that, and as I said, in order to stay fair, I can't allow one thing to happen, and as long as it's not an illegal decision in the sense of that it can be rectified, I would prefer we move on, and then administration sorts it out that it comes in as an item in the next meeting. If that is okay with everybody, that is the best as far as I'm concerned. Alderman van Wyk.
Yes, I think, Speaker, I must agree with you because the item it appears to be the item that I received, which was meant to be the change, still listed item urban 1 to 12, and in the recommendation there was no indication there of what was to be removed. So I think it's best that we follow the approach that Ms. Waring has then mentioned there.
Thank you. Then my ruling stands. We leave it as that, and then we will move on to item 12.17, the tourism marketing. Am I correct? Tourism marketing. Where am I now? I've lost it. Sorry, 20.
Speaker, we are still on 12.19.
19. Sorry. Yes. Thank you. Okay. 12.19, application to purchase a portion of the Farm 125 Hookville for the erection of a community facility.
I thought we dealt with that.
That's what I also thought. We finished that one, and then
No, we haven't. I haven't.
We have dealt with it. Councillor Gert Niau seconded the recommendation.
Correct. That's correct. That's why I was a bit confused. All right, Council, item 1220, there's no debate, so that goes through. Item 12.21, the leasing of a portion of ARF 14887 George, situated in Groeneweide Park, to be utilized by the Neighbourhood Watch as a 24/7 control room, will be brought in by the DA Councillor America, and you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. Council, I'm not going to dwell or elaborate much on this item. Speaker, I support the recommendations, initiatives set out on page 640 to 645. Yes, it's the NGO. They're doing excellent work in that area. I think we need more of these type of initiatives from the community. And I support, I recommend and support this idea by leasing of a portion of ERF 14887 George in Groeneweide Park to be utilized by the Neighbourhood Watch as a 24/7 control room. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. The next person to speak on this item is Councillor Du Toit. You have 1 minute.
Thank you, Speaker. The ACDP support the recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person to speak on this item is Councillor Neethling. You have 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Freedom Front fully support this item. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The last person to speak on this item is Councillor Jantjies. You have 1 minute. Councillor Jantjies, you have 1 minute. Sorry, Councillor Jantjies, are you available? Can we have a seconder for the item?
Yeah,
Second.
Okay, thank you. Done then. That brings us to the end of the open items for this meeting. I would therefore like to ask for a brief 5-minute break to make sure that the next part of the agenda is classified confidential, and that the YouTube channel is closed, and that only those that are permitted to be in the meeting actually attend. I'm therefore going to ask that we reconvene at 3 o'clock to deal with the items of the confidential items. Thank you.